Like, imagine if mine didn't start. That'd just be
That would
tragic,
suck.
man. I'm like, well, dude, watch me crash again. I'm like, well,
Don't crash. Don't crash.
dude, I don't know
Don't
why that
crash.
happened last time either. That was so weird.
Don't crash. Honestly, my last stream, I kid you not, like, oh crap, I forgot to change the thingy. Go, go.
Ooh.
Change the change.
Change. Help.
Change.
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 Change the thingy. Change the thingy.
You gotta change the formality and everything about it. People killing people
You're
for a
killing people for a
reason.
reason. You make mistakes.
You
You
can't,
don't
don't
regret.
regret. So make a
So make a
conclusion.
conclusion.
You gotta change the
Change the formality and
formality.
everything
People.
about it. People killing people for a reason. You make mistakes. You
You don't
won't
regret.
regret.
So make
So
a
make a
conclusion.
conclusion. Okay, I got mine done. So now I gotta go to my twitch.tv/me.
Slash me.
/me, obviously. /me! What is that Bassie talking about? Oh, Coco only. Said we should join it.
I don't have Coco.
I know, that's the funny part.
Why is. Oh, wait. I was like, why is Brighton walking like that? She's like T posing. Hi, I have a question. What is your question?
Who's the nerd you're talking? Oh god, I'm schizophrenic again. I forgot. Keep forgetting that.
Guess you got. Yo. Yo.
What?
It's just
What's
Val. They
happening?
got an account. They got a Twitch account.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Creeper.
Creeper.
Oh man.
Oh man.
So we back in the
Oh,
Mars got a swinging
it's
from
scary.
set to That's crazy.
Do you have
How?
any other character than Obsidian? Let me just quietly pull up my OC Google Doc.
Oh,
That
see
is
Google Doc.
Maps. That is Google. That's not even Google Maps. It's Apple Maps. Uh, I have.
It's
Okay, let me just read this out. Get out of the way, Shelly. I have.
damn.
I have Sunset, Amahani, Anahari, Brandon, Valerie, Leanne, Naomi, Nafara, Aaron, Ace, Spade, Jack, Sandra, Logan, Kyle, Lucille, Sadie, Nathan, Scarlett, Lily, Cass, Summerin, Obsidian, of course, Heidi, Witch Obsidian, because there's multiple versions of Obsidian, Susan, Allison, Holly, Denor, and Zed, Adeline and Nax, Olive, Chip, Daryl, Macy, Nova, Sierra, Noah, Molly, Percy. I think there's like two Noahs as well. There's somewhere. There's a lot of lore, like a lot.
And then there's me. I don't have none.
Bro, you have a lot. You want to see Chip?
Listen, I might have a
Did
lot of
you watch
OC,
it?
but that doesn't mean I have lore.
I did. Chip is with which is a Talonport lore. I
Huh?
have no like what?
Huh?
What
You're
do you mean?
confusing me with your lore, man.
There's multiple little lore lines. They're all connected though, but they're all connected in my head.
So do we need a healer if we're gonna have a ginger? Can I change?
Sure.
Oh hell yeah, let's go.
Let me put Chip in art real quick. I'm putting Chip in art.
I'm gray.
You're
I'm
gray.
gray and
You're
white.
an old
I'm gray
man.
and white.
You're an
Already am. Shut up.
old man.
How about I whack you with my can? How about that?
Oh, that was very loud.
That was a very
That was very loud. This is this is Chip.
You're
I
not.
put him in art. Yeah, Chip is with the Witches of Talonport, which involve technically Brandon, but he's like more like a background, but not background. He's like he haunts the narrative of that story. Um, Scarlet is the main character. Witch Obsidian is technically in that. La la
La la la la la.
la
Like it.
la.
la la.
Uh,
I gotta change my stickers.
Crank that soja boy, Sinji.
What does that even mean?
It's a. Have you not heard that meme?
No, it sounds
Shinji,
weird.
crank that soja boy.
I'm so confused by it.
Soja boy.
Huh?
Soldier boy.
Shinji, crank that.
Can't believe this.
Have you not seen it? Have you
I have
not
never-
seen it? Oh my gosh.
Never seen
That's
it nor
wild.
heard it.
That is wild.
Never seen
That
it
is
nor have I
wild.
heard it.
Holy cow, you have never heard of that meme.
No, no.
Oh my gosh. Have you heard of it?
Brick.
E dances.
This is the closest I can get to it.
What the fuck? Why'd I just start? What the hell?
This is the closest I can get to dancing.
Crank that soja boy. Do
Shut up. I'm gonna throw you across the room.
stuck in my head.
Think of something else. Think of Will Wood or something. Damn.
Oh, speaking of Will Wood, guess what
Oh my lord.
Guess what I get to see tomorrow? Guess what I get to see tomorrow?
You get to go to a Will Wood concert and
Sir.
You should- we should totally be on a call and you stream the video to me.
I don't think I can do that. You are not allowed to. Oh yeah, we should join a run.
yeah.
How about let's make a run? Let's.
I love how we got two events.
Wait,
we got two events.
Here.
What are you saying here to? We are not getting to floor 100.
People are joining.
We're so
Eat-
dead.
I think Coco's
Wow.
eating you. Not going to 100. That was fast. Let's go. Go. Oh wait, Indecisive just joined us.
Bruh. Now is not the time. We have a full party. Let's just go.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go. For real now. I'm sorry.
That is crazy. Wait, I don't think our
Oh,
ginger
no.
made it in. Did our ginger get kicked
Oh
out?
no, they got. Oh wait, no, they're in. They're in.
Oh, okay. Dude, I was gonna cry. I was like, oh no, did they get? Because I saw them leave the elevator. I was like, oh shoot, did they get kicked out of the
I just saw them
elevator?
at the edge of the elevator.
I saw them. I did too. That's what scared me. I was like, oh shoot, did we?
Guessing 25.
I gotta start streaming
No, we're
more
gonna-
than freaking Andy's World.
Same. That has literally been all on my things. Are you excited for the
Literally,
new
mine
Machine
too. Dude, we talked about this. It comes out on the 12th. Be patient.
Type? Are you excited?
I'm more excited about the optimizations of Shelly and Astro than the new machine type, but sure.
And I'm also excited
That
for
too.
the garden map to be revamped.
Oh yeah,
What
that
the
that
fuck
one's
do you
gonna be.
mean ability on cooldown? Oh, I got him. Oi,
Give me
Russia,
that.
Russia, can you not? Get your ass
I took tapes and then I'm like, oh wait, I can take tapes because we don't have a sprout. I'm free. I was
You're
like, oh shoot.
free.
I found an air horn.
I want the air horn.
I'm walking around the air horn.
I'm trying to find you.
I'm at the back of the map near Broken.
Oh shit, wait, bandage here? Don't. Oh wait, no, wait, we have Ginger.
Yeah, we have a ginger
Band
dumbass.
in the middle!
Can't believe this.
Where are you?
I
Oh, I see
told you, I'm near Broke. Yeah. I've just been circling.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, there you go. There's your, there. You're welcome. Purple has his thinking cap. Purple has his thinking cap.
Eggson, crank that soja boy.
Sid, no.
Yes, Sid, yes.
No.
Sid, yes.
No. No.
Yes.
It's funny because whoever's watching me gets to know that I'm
Whoever's
schizophrenic.
watching you?
I said watching, dumbass.
Pebbles doesn't have a thinking cap. Pebbles has. Coco, get your
Pebble
ass
has
here.
his thinking
Coco,
cap.
Russia. Both of you.
How did we go from 8 to 2, 4, 7?
Because people are dumb.
Pebble has his thing. Should I be Pebble and put on a thinking
Wait
cap?
a damn. Oh wait, never mind. I was like, wait a damn minute. Where did Ginger go? I thought Ginger was another Brusha. I thought
Ginger looks
was
nothing
another
like
Brusha from the back.
Brusha. Ginger looks nothing
You were
like a
in the-
Brusha from the back.
Someone
Oh,
was in
I was in the way?
Like,
I can't believe you just called Ginger Brusha.
I was like,
That's
where did Brusha
crazy.
go? Oh, hey, Brusha.
That's crazy and wild, mate.
Dang, is Brusha on the board today?
Is Brusha on the board today? Brusha's a
Hi,
common.
Coco. Oh, Connie's here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Peppa has his thinking cap.
Pebble has a thinking cap.
You know what? Next round, I'll be Pebble and put on a
Oh,
thinking cap.
All I see is you just going. Brusha.
Hello.
Ghost snakes?
But does Brusha have ghost snakes on?
That don't work.
That don't work.
Me want, thank you.
I just got her, so I don't even know. Oof.
I remember there was this one run where this
yeah.
Coco just forever, like, kept on giving me, like, she gave me at least, like, 40, bonbons.
I do the same. I'm a bonbon addict, man.
Same.
Pebble has his thinking cap.
Pebble has a thinking cap. No.
No.
Oh, I finally cleaned out my entire fridge.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, that shit was...
You had moldy cheese.
Jimmy!
Don't admit to that. Don't admit to having moldy cheese.
Not cheese.
Well, at
It
least I
was
know you had
rice.
some moldy in your fridge. Ew.
People keep on giving me rice. I cannot eat rice.
Why not just throw it away?
Because I forget about it.
That's crazy.
Plus, one of
Pebble
the
has
things...
his thinking cap.
Pebble has a thinking cap.
I'm gonna say that every time I see Pebble.
Righty, get over here. Who got hurt?
Behind us. Everyone's getting hurt. Cosmo.
How?
Because Cosmo was at the elevator. You were just
Y'all.
focused on Brightney.
Y'all, get away from Cosmo, please. Where is he? Oh. Coco has him. Get
No,
your ass over
please.
here, Cosmo. I
Damn it.
swear.
Pebble has his thinking cap.
Pebble has a thinking cap.
Someone just said hi.
Hi.
I think. Hi.
Y'all still forgetting to let me know when y'all are disting?
Dude, I don't
This
even know
stream.
where a machine is. Every other machine I try to get into is
Listen, I wasn't
broken.
planning on streaming either.
Who?
Aaron just said, y'all still forgetting to let me know when y'all disting to stream.
Oh. Honestly, I didn't know I was gonna stream either. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, Salem was just
'Cause
like, do you
Hey,
want
wanna play Dandy's World?
And I was like, do you want me to stream? And they were like, I can stream too. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna stream
Here.
Minecraft if you didn't respond, and I was like, okay. I'll do Minecraft.
I want it. Give.
I want it all. I wanna know. People
Pebble.
got into the elevator. Pebble has his thinking cap.
Okay, I'm gonna start heading my way over there.
Yeah, everyone's here.
Okay.
Coco, what the hell?
Silk Song is taking over the little bit of free will that you have. Okay. There's a valve.
I can't afford a valve,
Both brushes
mate.
left. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What? Why did they leave?
Probably because they were the ones getting, well, the other one was the one getting hurt or something. Because brushes cannot stay at the elevator and lose sight for some reason. Plus, they get in the way all the time for some reason, too. It's like they don't realize their stealth is 2, just like me. And so, Scraps. Nina, watch out! Toodles, too! Are you kidding me?
Wow, Demon Child and Scraps.
I'm gonna have
Crazy.
to... Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh shit, I'm probably dead.
Band-Aid. Band-Aid. Band.
Where? Wait.
Corner.
I forgot to count. Oh my gosh. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can you get fucking Toodles? 11. Ooh. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh god.
11.
No.
12.
No. Oh, thank you.
I told you, boy.
3.
What?
4, 5, 6, 7.
I'm gonna have to get hit just to get away from Toodles.
9,
Ow.
10, 11,
Anyway.
12. 2.
Just let me know when your round's over, and then I'll join you.
Okay, 5, 6, 7,
Pebble has a
8,
stick cap.
9, 10, 11. I think I lost her.
Wait,
No.
did you say Pebble has the thinking cap?
Pebble has a stinking cap.
Honestly, that's
Come
better
on,
than the
Coco,
trinkets I was
run.
using last time. Sid, you
Run,
remember my
Coco,
participation award in magnifying glass?
Run.
No, maybe next time I'll be Goob. That way I can pull people in again.
And
But
possibly
everyone
back.
usually gets in my... Usually everyone gets in my way, so I don't really find a point in doing it, you know?
That's fair. Dude,
Everyone stands at the front of the elevator. It's crazy.
mate, Silk Song has... so good. It's so bullshit, though.
It's
I
It's
think-
so good,
yeah,
but it's bullshit. Yeah.
Thank you.
Apparently so.
Another
Also-
one. Oh my gosh.
God. Remind me never to eat a full cheese pizza in a day again. Holy shit, my stomach is saying bleh.
Why'd you eat a full cheese pizza?
Literally.
Song.
Box of chocolate.
I got boxed in.
Bach.
I was getting Poppy. Poppy, get your ass over here.
No.
Who just
Bach.
got everywhere?
I don't know.
I don't either. There's a machine by me.
Yes, I know there's a box of chocolate. I just said there was a box of chocolate, Pebble. Stop. Use your brain, not.
Is it inside
Jeez.
of the room?
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah,
inside
I
of that
can't
small
get
square
that.
room.
I can't get that. I cannot get that. Crank
Jeez, that
Doja
Pebble-
boy.
Then shut up.
Sid, you should try Silk Song.
I'm not good at platformers. And Hollow
Not-
Knight happens to be a platformer.
You know
Okay.
what? Fine,
Okay.
I'll take the Bach.
Okay, but hear me out, Sid. Hear me out, Sid.
Oh, what's up?
Mech was also trash at platformers, but they're now doing great.
No one wants the box of chocolate? I take the box of chocolate, Pebble. Shut up. We all knew there was a
Also-
box of
so-
chocolate.
You sent the fucking screenshot of your order. That shit was $42.
No, I bought 2 games.
What did you buy?
In Stars in Time.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. How much was Silksong though?
$20.
That's still a lot.
Not really.
That's a lot for me. That is not in my budget. Hi,
Fair enough.
Eggson. Bye, Eggson.
Oh, hey, what's up? I'm just chilling here because everyone else is on a machine.
Yeah, you should probably get to the
Oh wait,
elevator.
the elevator's over here. I thought you were instructing at the good one.
No!
Oh god, I'm so stupid. I went the wrong one. My bad. That's
And
my
then
bad.
regular Hollow Knight is $15.
What?
That's my bad.
It's how much?
Regular Hollow Knight is $15.
Oh, I thought you said 50.
Damn.
I was about
Honestly-
to oh.
Honestly, with how much content is in both of these games, if they did charge like
I want it,
full
I
price, that
want
would make
it,
sense.
I want it, I want it, I want it, I want it, I want them, I want them, I want them.
You don't need them. You don't need them. You don't need them. Nope. Nope.
I want them. I want the air horns. Grandpa, give me an air horn for my birthday.
No.
Please, I want an air horn.
No.
So at work, I can't really like be, I guess, too loud. Even like we're gonna ignore the fact that I'm being loud right now. But like I can't get my voice that far without it sounding weird. And
I got Finn on me. Turn around carefully.
fine, I'm turning around.
There's your fish.
Hey Sid, what should Shinji be doing?
Crank that soja boy.
Shut the hell up.
I don't like that you can do that, but
Crank
it's so
that
funny.
soja boy.
I don't understand it. What is the point of this meme, man?
Funny.
Yeah, it's just funny.
Yeah, just funny.
Yeah.
I'm Moss Druid. I got you your
Yeah.
weird berries. What are you giving me for your berries?
Nothing.
Get to the elevator.
I'm at the alley, waiting with Ginger.
to the elevator.
Moria elevator.
Pebble Bassie. That's not Bassie, that's Coco.
That's not. I can't believe you got Bessie and Coco mixed
I've
up.
been doing
Gang.
that.
I can't believe this.
What does Druid's Eye do?
I want it. I really. Damn you, Pebble!
What were you looking at?
The bonbon.
Oh. Bro's bonbon got snatched.
He got snatched! Even though I have two.
Yeah, you don't need it
Listen, I
anymore.
Listen, I like bonbons.
You're just crazy.
Yeah, but. Again,
Did you?
I can.
Bro likes blackouts.
It's Cosmo and Cosmo. Yeah, that's the two
Cosmo-
twists that we have.
Yeah, it's Cosmo and Wanda.
The double Cosmo. Hey, Cosmo. I can't see shit.
I hear footsteps.
How did that hit me? I was standing still under a platform.
It's
I think it's Astro.
Astro!
Hi, Bessie. I mean, Coco. You got me. Cause
Two!
you said it. No, I said it. That's your fault. Yes, I'm pinning it on you. Deal with it.
Why are you pinning it on me?
Because you said it first, so I
asked
said
you.
it too. What the fudge? You know what? Sure. You do you,
Love
man.
his
Whatever makes you
hours,
happy.
though. I really love
Oh
his
yeah, it's pretty
hours.
nice. Yeah, it's
love
pretty
this.
nice. Pretty accurate.
I
Get to
don't
the
care
elevator
if
before I
they-
whack you with my cane. Pebble, get to the elevator before I whack you with the cane. Come on.
He just ran into a box.
You'll disappoint me. Get your Damn it.
Pebble, get fucking.
Pupple, you trying to get that research? Oh look, a box of chocolate.
Fine, I'll eat a box. I'll eat a bonbon for that.
I got 2 boxes of chocolates now.
Oh, I can. I can't. That's how I feel. I can.
Do it.
Oh. Oh, Pebble has to go soon. No, my backup distractor. No, you don't.
Rip.
No, you don't. No, the fuck you don't.
Bonbon yummy.
Pebble, you shouldn't be eating bonbons.
Oh my god.
She scared me. She's gonna grab at it.
How to give people a heart attack 101.
She scared me. She scared me so much.
You got scared. There's a band-aid, by the way.
No, I'm letting Ginger have it.
I know, I'm just saying.
It's like a, what is it, a symbiotic relationship. I distract, she gives me heals. Thank you.
Why was I... Shelly, you gave it to the wrong human.
Oh
Shelly.
my god, I just
Please don't die to lag.
I probably am gonna die to lag. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I lagged. I'm sorry I lagged. Coco and I are just distracting.
Wild.
The fact that you could... Oh shit, I don't have hydration.
Get to elevator! Machine's done.
The machine is not done. Now it is.
The machine is done. Shut up.
The pizza's killing Aaron.
Rip.
Lol, imagine.
Yeah, imagine losing to a freaking pizza. Could it be me? I mean, I'm vibing right now, you know? You know, dude?
Okay, I'm gonna grab some drink.
Try not to die while I'm gone, or try not to kill me.
Guys, I think we should kill Louis.
I came back, and I was fucking dead.
Good idea.
Cosmo.
Don't see me. This was in that room, by the way.
I know.
I just thought you would like to know, okay? Sorry for caring so much. Jesus, sorry.
Oh shit, we have 3.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
You
that.
didn't know that?
No, I
Bruh.
didn't know that.
There's more than 4 of us. Of course there's gonna be 3.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. Okay, I'm hydrating with chocolate almond milk.
Oh, I was hydrating with Gatorade. I didn't even realize you had to hydrate.
Yeet.
I was just drinking my Gatorade. Another fellow gold brick user.
Heather, Heather,
Heather,
Heather,
Heather,
and
and someone. Heather, Heather, and a babe. There was 4 Heathers. I don't want to hear that.
There's 4
There's
Heathers.
no such thing as
There's
4
4
Heathers.
now.
There's no such thing as 4 Heathers. I cannot believe this. 4 Heathers doesn't exist. I think everyone's at Ellie.
Heather,
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 Heather, and a babe.
Heather.
There's not 4 Heathers. I'm gonna
There's 4
smack ya.
Heathers now.
My bonbon. My bonbon.
Driving with my dough. I have to get one.
Oh my god. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Yay!
Just what you wanted.
Yay! It's
Just
just
what
what
you
I
wa-
wanted. 2 air horns and a box of chocolates.
God, Jesus Christ.
I had to.
Mm-hmm.
We're all standing out like at the elevator, like at the door, like, what's our next? Was that footsteps? Oh, there's Band-Aid. Hi, Shrimpo.
I don't hear footsteps. Tegan's here though.
I can see. Okay, please don't get hit.
Everyone, get hit.
No. Woo. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. Yeah, I'm happy that they're gonna be expanding this area.
Yeah,
There's a
it's
pair of jumper
pretty-
cables over here.
my inventory's full. I have a bonbon and 2 boxes of chocolates. Damn.
Damn.
Sounded like you were surprised when I said that, and then you coughed.
They should honestly make a map that's just a maze. That would be horrifying.
Shelly's at 1 healer. You mean 1 heart?
They're probably telling Ginger to heal her.
Yeah, they did. I don't see the point. I mean, Shelly doesn't really need it. Hell,
You
I
know
don't
what?
even really
You're
need it.
blue. I'm calling you Bonnie.
Huh?
You're blue. You give bonbons. I'm for some reason chasing you because you're deciding to lead the distractor. She's distracting the distractor. It's Bonnie, guys. Oh shit, I forgot. I am so sorry. I was like, huh. I'm so sorry, Pebble.
That
Oh,
is wild,
that's
my god.
wild. I was literally just like following Coco thinking, oh, everybody's at the elevator. Everybody was not at the elevator.
I've
We don't
lost
need
the
blood
fight.
grab. Bro lost a fight to pizza. That's crazy.
Lol.
Listen, I don't want to hear it, mate, when you're the one that is always dying to fucking eating ice cream. You'll be like, oh, I'll be fine eating this ice cream. 2 minutes later, oh, I think I gotta stop. At least I lasted all day.
Hi, Cosmo. Well, tell me. Oh, it's Brusha. Cosmo, get back over here.
What even is that Pokemon? That Pokemon sounds interesting.
What Pokemon?
I don't know, maybe if you look in my stream, you'll see it. At least the name of it. I don't know what Pokemon that is.
I can't look in your stream. I'm in Sid's stream.
Yeah, well, that's your problem now, isn't it? I guess you don't get to know then, innit? How about that?
What does it say?
I don't know how to pronounce this goddamn name.
Try your best.
Can you spell some of it?
Toapex.
Topex?
Toxapex?
Yeah, what the fuck kind of Pokemon is that?
From a Alola.
Wait. Wait.
Toxpex?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm failing my skill check.
Why are you failing your
Jeez,
skill check?
Dude, just failing your skill check? Ugh.
I was trying to catch the Pokemon.
Nobody's
Shut
on
up.
the left. Nobody is on the last
What?
one.
What? Where is it?
It's like this way where I'm Oh, Coco's going there.
Oh.
Nope, Shelly got it.
Mateo, do you want to be backup distractor? If not, I can be backup distractor next round.
I mean, I was gonna be Goob, so I was gonna be at it anyway. So, because
Okay.
I gotta pull people into the elevator.
Yeah.
If everyone stays at the front this time, I'm gonna make sure that they die.
Dee.
That's fair.
Tee.
Don't tee-hee.
Dee.
Gay.
Oh,
Nah, that's just you, man. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
that's
that crazy looking mother heifer of a Pokemon. Never mind.
what?
What a waste of a catch. Nothing. Don't worry about it.
I'm so confused why you're calling Toxapex a mother heifer.
Because I don't like it.
Wait.
It's ugly.
Sid, are we allowed to curse on your stream?
Are
or
you
just...
milking the skill? How are you missing the skill checks? You have 5-star skill check? Shelly's missing skill checks? Oh.
Sid. Question for you. We're
Yeah.
allowed to curse on your stream, right?
Fuck, shit, pussy,
Okay, cool.
bitch.
I got confused because Mateo wasn't cursing like at all, and I was just like, oh, am I saying something I shouldn't?
Dude, nah, you'll hear me cussing eventually.
I was like,
Oh, you'll hear me eventually.
mother heifer. I was like,
I'm a 16 plus streamer, mate. I can cuss. I just choose not to at the moment. Wait till I get really
cuss
upset.
Like a sailor.
I know
All the
you do,
time.
but I know you do, but
I
my
have
chat
fun
can't
with
hear
it.
you. Yeah, my chat can't hear you, so cuss all you want. Shoot.
hey,
I'm
Salem
not.
Pat's a stream. You should all go to Sid.
They can't hear you,
They can't
loser,
hear
and
you.
no one's in there.
I know. Oh, no one's in your stream either. Damn.
No, it's just me. There's an
There's a
air horn on the
Band-Aid.
floor, by the way.
I already
Damn.
have 2. I need to find Louis. Louis.
Can people stop stealing machines so I can find a machine? Oh, Louis' are broken, by the way.
Okay, I'm on my way.
So is Boxton.
There's 4?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Oh, Elma likes you more than me.
Aha.
This is rigged.
Aw, cringe.
Ha, shut up, Aaron.
Coco put a bonbon on one of the picnic maps.
Oh, heck.
Picnic blankets. Why the fuck did they call it
Nice.
a map?
I don't know, it doesn't even look like
It's
a map.
picnic map. It's a map of all the picnics. Picnics.
You're a map of all the picnics.
You're weird. You're weird.
How could you
You're
say
Guys, I
that?
found a
To the
TV and
Nicki
it
Minaj.
works.
No.
Whoa! If gang, I think we should all watch this movie that they're talking about.
Oh yeah, for some reason the Book of Life is free for now on YouTube, so that's nice.
I have Disney Plus. I can just watch it there.
Yeah, you. Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. What? What? Huh? Tell me. What? So what? Father lets me use the Disney account.
Do not call Riley father.
They literally allow me to, man. Alright? I don't want to hear that. They allow me to call them father.
Nate, no. No.
Arson.
Arson!
Fire.
You can't.
I can, and I will, and I... Mostly when I need
Stop.
something.
Get to the elevator.
We just need Coco in here.
Coco, please.
Hey. Sid, you
Shelly,
should
get your butt in!
You should add a streamer reward that just that affects anybody you're streaming with.
Well, that sounds
What?
horrible. That
Just
sounds
be like-
horrible.
Just be like, Salem, you gotta do the crazy once.
Crazy.
5k points and 5k points and I'll do it for 10 minutes.
What?
Oh god.
5K. Wait, how
5K
do we do
points
that?
for
Do we
10
do like
minutes.
a fucking prediction or something? And then just be like, if you put 5K points, you do.
You
gotta make your own,
5k points. Oh no, you just pull out a random.
Roger's here.
No,
Hi,
Sid, what you
Boston.
do? You random number generator,
That's what you get for stealing my machine, bitch.
and then the two people would select a number, right? 1 through like 100, and the closer
Oh,
one
hi,
has
Roger.
to be the crazy one.
Dude, I'd do it for 10 minutes if you'd let me.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, you could do it right now for free.
I'm not doing it for free.
Why not?
That's stupid.
Damn.
Think I'd do it for free? Psh, you lost your mind. Pay me $10. I'm joking.
Bro has a Cash App now. Someone could.
I do. I do have a Cash App now.
No, it's
Someone
funny.
could
I
pay
don't.
them. How do you not
Someone
have a
could
Cash
pay
App?
me $10.
I pay for everything in cash.
Yeah, but you could still use Cash App and get paid that way, mate.
Yeah.
That way you
just
don't have
send people
to,
money.
you know. Yeah.
Ad break in a minute.
Imagine having ads. I don't get ads. Why? Because I'm
I get
awesome.
money from it. Guys, are you all
Oh
ready
wait,
to
that
go
means
to the ad
oh
break?
my god! Now that I have Cash App, I can become an affiliate,
Yeah.
right? That's how that works.
Technically, you have a way that people could give you subs, and you have a way for that money to go to. But you do have to get the requirements.
Dude, I do. I have them, so technically I could.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did she inspire me?
probably.
No.
Oh,
You
Oh,
can't
she-
believe this.
She inspired. Who did she inspire?
I don't know. Sure the heck wasn't me, because I'm doing 2 machines all the way over here near you.
Yeah, she was by me.
Yeah, I see you. Hi. Nice to see
Hi.
you.
I
Bye.
don't see you.
Yeah, I'm behind a rock.
It's a rock.
It's not just a rock. It's a boulder. It's not just a
ate
boulder.
rock.
It's a rock.
So
Run, Ginger, run.
Run, Shelly, run.
Move them legs. Move them legs.
it's not just a rock. It's a pebble.
It's a pebble.
It's
Pebble has his thinking cap.
Pebble has a thinking cap.
Shelly, where's Shelly?
She's behind me. Oh my gosh.
Blinded by the
Jeez.
light. Nar! Oh, nar, dude.
Oh, that's gnarly.
That's gnarly, mate.
dude.
Back in my day, we used to watch shows in black and white.
Back in our day, our short form content for videos was 10 seconds long at the most.
Pebble has to go because they have school tomorrow. Imagine being in school still.
My controller just moved me. What the hell? I didn't do anything.
Imagine.
You know,
What?
mate, I thought
Oh God,
you
I'm
were
getting
about to say
stick
something
drift.
about you being in school still, and then you just.
I got stick drift.
Bruh.
Oh my god, I got stick drift.
I'm
Gang.
sorry. I am on my controllers a lot more than y'all are. How do you have stick drift?
Oh wait, no I don't. Never mind. My controller's just wonky. Sorry.
Well, imagine.
Nah, that's just my Oculus that has stick drift.
Well, you've
I
had
need
your
to get an
Oculus for
Oculus.
a fucking century.
Eh.
Oh my God,
Where's
Sid,
the
you
loop?
should join us. You
No.
should join us when we're doing when we're on VR chat next
They
time.
don't even have an Oculus, man.
They
I
don't
can get
need
on
an
my
Oculus.
computer.
We
Yeah,
can
I
put
know,
them in the
but-
car. They can experience everything.
Don't do that. Don't let them do that.
Yes,
Yeah,
come
I
on.
don't have a VR anymore.
They're not gonna use their laptop, mate, or their computer.
Speaking of computer, I need to get one.
Me too.
I need
Mine's
to get a
giving
gaming
out.
PC, and then I need to get one of those like the VR headsets that actually hook up to the PC.
Dude,
And then I
and
can get-
literally, you just need an Oculus Quest 2 and then something that can actually hook it up to it. Other than that, you're
And
perfectly
you need a
set.
computer that you just need a computer that's strong enough to actually do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
wanting to do.
Also, Sid, you should totally play Phasmophobia on the fucking Oculus.
Dude, I want to do that. That looks like so much fun. My laptop
Dude.
can't handle it though.
Yeah. But that's why you get it on like the MetaQuest or whatever.
Dude, it's not even on the MetaQuest.
It's not?
No, you gotta get it from Steam and then do it from Steam.
I mean, I do know that they have like the thing where you
Excuse
can.
me.
Don't mind me here.
Yeah, with
Uh,
the Steam VR, it doesn't work though, because Steam VR is broken.
Oh.
I
Or, like,
tried.
with the computer where you can hook it up to your computer. Can't you do that on the 3?
I don't have a 3, I have a 2.
Thing about 3, my computer is stronger than Mate's, and even mine can't handle it.
Oh. Well, I'm planning on either buying like a pre-built or building one myself,
That's fair.
and I'm planning on getting it like super strong.
Nice.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Hi Razzle, hi Dazzle, hi Tisha. Hi
Don't mind
Cosmo.
me, I'm just gonna follow you.
Pockets, yay.
Hi
Oh.
Lucky.
Jesus
Pockets,
Christ,
you. Who are you pocketing?
Oh, why
Crazy.
am I being pocketed?
Wild.
I just want
My,
to do
my
my
chat
air
is
horn.
vibing because no one's here.
No, don't pocket me.
No one can. I can no longer touch TikTok. Like, the only way I'm gonna hop on TikTok is send y'all like stickers because otherwise I'm gonna get spoiled.
Lol.
Okay, everyone, here's what we're gonna do. Send him 500 Silk Song.
I will not be
God.
watching any of your videos at that point. If I see anything with Silk Song on the thumbnail, I'm ignoring it.
Okay, but what if it's an animation?
I will look at it after I finish the game.
Crazy. What if it was What if it had no spoilers?
No spoilers.
You
Yeah,
can't
no
no
spoilers by
spoiler a
animation.
brand new game.
I mean,
Literally, all you have to do-
just
Literally,
doing
all you would have to do,
nothing.
all you'd have to do is just animate Hornet doing like some stupid dance, and voila, no spoilers. I don't want to hear that, Aaron.
Yeah.
Nah. Any dance with Hornet is now spoilers. Confirmed.
Nuh-uh, not even close.
Prove it.
Band-Aid by Ellie?
Hornet has been out since freaking Hollow Knight.
You never got the Hornet. You don't know.
I do know that because I've seen you play in Battle Hornet. I don't want to hear that.
In my eyes.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah-huh.
Someone activated Razzle.
No one's there. No one's in his area anymore anyway. So it's fine. Who's on the last machine?
Ginger. They were getting the Band-Aid.
Oh.
I think
Okay.
they're the only one that
I-
trusts me enough with my distracting skills to actually.
Hey,
use
what
the
about
machine.
me? Hey, what about me? I
Hear me
don't
out.
trust
Hear me
you
out,
enough.
guys. Hear me out. We got Hollow Knight. We got Hollow Knight Silk Song. Hear me out. Hollow Knight Pure Vessel.
No. You
Pure
know that's probably
Vessel's-
gonna take more than 7 years to develop again, right?
I don't care.
Yeah, you do. You waited 7 years for Silk Song and rage at it. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, because Silk Song's like Souls-like. Of course, it's gonna be hard as shit.
You don't need it. Oh my god.
I do though.
I needed it. I
Oh my
needed
God.
it. I needed it. I
You
needed
did
it. I
not.
needed it. I needed it. I needed it a lot.
No, you didn't. No.
Might beat my highest. What is your highest?
What floor are you on? 12 or
Pebble.
Oh.
Like, Pebble.
fuck.
I knew it. I heard his
Right.
stompies.
Well, oh yeah, Sid, I beat the hardest boss in Silk Song. It only took
Get your ass over here! I swear.
Sid, I beat the hardest boss in Silk Song. It only took an hour and a half.
God damn it. So I'm
Its
dead.
name, Steam.
That's great. You want to not
So I'm
dead?
dead.
Me. Yeah, I know you're dead. Why is oh?
And now I guess like also can't scroll through fucking Steam because I just saw fucking Hornet has a double jump. I didn't know that. I didn't want to know that.
Let's see how Coco does this.
Coco's going to die.
I'm gonna get my computer ready for.
Coco never has enough stamina. Go, Coco, go! Go, Coco, go!
Go, Coco.
Go, Coco. Go, Coco.
Their name is now
Go,
Fue
Coco.
Coco.
Coco, no!
Go,
Coco, no!
Go,
Coco,
Coco,
find
go,
somewhere
go,
else to
go.
distract. Oh no, I'm gonna
Go,
get spotted
Coco.
by
Go,
pests.
Coco.
Ah! Ah!
Oh no!
I
No.
told you, Coco!
Did you
Now's
die?
not the time! Huh?
Oh,
no,
no.
I'm still alive.
Fuck. Oh god.
Go, go,
Hey,
go, go,
Sid,
go,
run.
go, go, go. Oh god, oh go.
Coco!
They used their Bebo.
Coco might be fucked.
Oh shit, Coco. Oh shit. Oh shit, exit. Oh shit.
Why would you do
Oh,
a
shit,
machine?
exit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Who's
Oh my god, where did you come
from? Get punched.
Turbo. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh,
Oh,
by
shit.
Mateo.
Oh shit.
What? Where did Cosmo come from?
That would have been my highest floor. Well, now you didn't because you said something.
It's
And
always
you
when they
turned
say
Pebble
it.
to come. Might
How
be my
dare
highest
you?
stuff. You cursed
Can't
us,
believe
Mom.
this. Can't believe this. I was popping off and then where did Cosmo come from?
Coco's
I was
just
cooking, chat.
distracting.
I'm currently watching Ginger.
Coco was
Hey,
distracted.
Sid,
Coco's kind of
you-
keeping Pebble in that area. There's one machine by the there.
You should
Yeah,
make
I
a
know.
machine award that's
Oh.
like 400 points, and it makes everyone who you're streaming with hydrate.
I'm already hydrating, mate. I drank some Gatorade.
No, you gotta hydrate
This is a
again.
great run. You all just panicked.
What do you mean I panicked? How did I panic? I mean, I panicked when I got hit like Tisha, and then Cosmo murdered me. That was about it. Other than that, I was kind of vibing.
I made the city emoji.
Oh, what? That's not me.
What?
Me.
This is crazy.
Clearly, that's you, Sid.
Nah. I'm gonna have to ask my mom if I can be an affiliate on Twitch. Even though it's my account on Cash App. You know, I just want to, like, confirm that it'd be okay.
Bro,
You're-
okay.
Sid, you don't like that one? Your new city emoji.
Oh gosh. Is that a feather or a hand?
That's a hand.
What the hell?
Get to elevator. I think you should get
Holy
to elevator.
shit, this
You
looks
three are
actually
the only
pretty
ones
good.
alive.
No wonder why they were like gathering the Twisteds for me. Oh shit. Oh gosh. Oh no.
How the fuck
What
did
the-
Coco live?
I don't know.
Oh, no, Shelly's dead.
Nope, Charlie's fine.
Coco's got
Unless
this.
someone
Coco's
else.
got this.
Mm. I guess this person's gonna beat their highest level.
Oh,
To be
Pebble
honest,
fucking
where the
died.
heck? Ow. Where the hell's the last minute? Oh, is Shelly on the last?
Yeah, no.
Where's the last machine?
Shelly had to use her savory charm.
Mm.
Another person is trying to remake Pokemon Brick Bronze.
Yo.
Yeah, multiple people are.
Guess
Oh,
what?
no.
It's gonna get shut
Oh,
down
no.
immediately.
Actually, it takes like more than an immediate. But you know, that's just.
Oh no.
Shelly's gone.
Shelly's gone.
No, I mean Roblox itself is gonna have to shut that one down pretty quickly because
No, it
Nintendo
literally
got-
takes like a week just for it to get shut down. Maybe a few days. It doesn't. It takes longer than you think it does, Aaron. Because Roblox doesn't give a flying fuck.
Roblox should because Nintendo is. What's going on with my mouse?
Oh no. He's after Ginger. I know they're they're probably just screaming.
Oh no! Hey Sid,
Hey, what?
Sid,
What?
Sid.
If you're gonna
Who
do
let
what
the
I
dogs
think you're...
out?
What?
Who let the dogs out?
You did.
Roof, roof, roof.
No, it's a hint as to who's more likely to show up today.
Oh my god, it's a pebble day.
Fuck.
Not a pebble day.
Oh, fuck. No, that means I'm gonna get him on the most fucked floors, like this one. Like, there is not a good area to actually distract, like, Jungle Kite, him and other Twisteds on this floor.
Anyway. Are you just watching them until they all die?
That's what I would like to know.
I don't know. Someone just said,
Then-
should we all restart?
The answer is yes.
I'm not.
Time's
I'm
up,
not
card.
even. No.
Wow. Imagine if they actually did pick it. I'm gonna try smart. What? Or something?
That's the
I
thing.
failed last time. What
Oh
are
my
they
god, they're gonna
do?
try
They're
distracting it.
distract
They're gonna
the
try.
dial.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're
Oh,
gonna
no,
try to
they're-
distract the dial.
They're going,
Thank
mate.
Lord.
They're
They're
doing
going.
it. They're doing
Oh,
it.
they're dead.
This is gonna be either the most epic thing or the least epic thing.
Dude,
We're gonna
no.
witness them die.
We're really gonna witness them die.
Dude, not even
Is she
maxed out
just standing?
Louis.
Why'd she put it in the
Then-
fucking wall? Is she
I
just
don't
gonna
know.
get as many as she can?
I think so, yeah. I think so, yeah. She also has the bag, so she's getting every speed item she can. And then.
Yeah.
Why use it now? What? Dude, I'm so confused. What is happening? What is she doing?
I don't know.
I don't either. I'm gonna go check on Ginger. Ginger, no.
Oh,
Ginger,
no.
no.
No. Oh shit. I checked
I'm gonna be honest.
I immediately switched to Ginger and see what is.
Yeah,
what the fuck is-
same. I don't know.
Hey, Mateo. You know the grass gym leader from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet?
Yeah.
Brusha just looks like him, just straight up.
Oh my god, you're right. You're so right.
Oh gosh.
It's so bad.
I don't know. I find it kind of funny, mate.
It's funny. Oh, Poppy actually
What's
does have
Coco
2 skins
doing?
now.
Coco, what are you
Yeah,
doing?
puppy. I don't know. What is Coco doing?
She's not even dropping anything.
Well,
Coco,
she did
what
drop
are you doing?
Did it drop a bonbon and then pick it up? I'm
Oh,
confused.
I didn't see that though. Oh, she dropped another.
Is she going to get what
Coco,
is
what
she
are you doing? What is? Now I'm curious. What is your plan?
Yeah, what is happening? I'm so confused.
I'm also confused.
Coco?
Coco?
Sid, do you have the golden brick sticker?
No.
I do.
Do the side machines for a bit.
What?
What?
Oh, I see. Piling them down, though. You can only pile down 5 at a time.
I thought it was 10.
No, it's 5. Is it 10?
I think it's 10. I think that's the hard cap.
I thought it was 5.
I think it's 10. Like, they can have 10 items out.
Yeah, I thought it was 5 bonbons. Yeah, I thought it was 5.
Because that
5
one,
per
'cause that
Coco.
one Coco decided to do the N-word.
Well, I thought it was also because others were drawing just not safe for
That
stuff
too.
on it. Yeah.
Oh, y'all went the whole not safe for work route. I thought it was just causing lag.
No, literally.
No, they were literally, like, this one.
Yeah,
There was this
Qua-
one video.
Quell literally had to freaking nerf Coco because everyone kept drawing not safe for work stuff, said like slurs with Coco's
Yeah.
bonbons. So yeah, Quell had to like nerf the ability.
Yeah, because I saw the video on TikTok where I think it was a Bassie player like walked up on a Coco, like, and the Coco had literally spelled out the N-word.
Oh.
Yeah, so that buff got nerfed.
Wait, there's a Sprout map?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I haven't seen it. I also haven't been to the
I'm
V
pretty
map.
sure we got you to that map before, though.
No, we're thinking of someone else, I think.
Who'd we get to that map?
No, yeah, we did.
We did.
Yeah, Aaron.
Aaron, we
Was
got
it on
you
the
to
dial
Flork.
run that we did?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Oh.
They're going.
Oh! Oh!
Wait,
What's he
no.
doing?
Bro got 2 machines done.
Yeah.
That's kind of tragic. I honestly
Well-
thought it was going to be distracting.
Yeah, same. It was kind of disappointing.
That was a little, yeah.
That was a
That
little
was
bit
anticlimactic.
disappointing.
That was
very
anticlimactic.
anticlimactic.
Literally,
Got
yeah.
2 done.
That was so anticlimactic.
That was so anticlimactic.
Here I was waiting for them to start going after Dayu.
I forgot that it also increased the extraction rate.
I didn't, but here I thought they were going for Dial.
Dial's gonna see them. Dial saw
Oh
them.
yeah, for sure. Oh, bro immediately lost him though.
Literally.
We're just gonna watch them. Just kind of boring.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on to the lobby. Also, why are people simping over... Okay, I'm just gonna put it this way. People are simping over an animated abuser.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Huh?
You should
Who?
accidentally.
Murdoch?
Who the fuck is Murdoch?
Oh,
As a-
Gorilla.
Accident.
Yeah, my bad. Am I even in your server? Oh,
I don't think so. Oh, you are. Cool.
Yeah.
Murdoch's been around forever. I don't think people care anymore about that one.
I want to be so shocked, man. You wouldn't know. You know?
I'm talking about the purple bunny in the room.
William Afton?
No.
That's not
Also,
even a
he didn't
purple
abuse
bunny.
people.
Not a
He's
purple
yellow.
bunny, the purple guy.
Listen.
Dumbass.
He didn't abuse people. He just murdered children. There's a difference.
Jax?
Yes.
Oh. I wasn't even thinking of the Amazing Digital Circuit.
Dude, why are people simming over Jax? He's such a POS.
See, I don't simp for him. I am him. I don't
Nope,
simp
you-
for him. I am.
Mate,
I am him.
no, you're not.
In certain ways that you think I'm not, I sure the hell am.
You can be deep, but
Huh?
you're not a raging bully / abuser.
Oh, speaking of bullying.
You don't know he has
really
his reasons,
bullying,
right?
but one thing that I did whenever I was in like 4th
There,
grade.
no, wait,
Is-
Sid, before you do that. Sorry.
Well, like,
no one has the
no,
right.
no, no.
to
No, that's not what I'm saying. Shut up. Let me fix my wording. Right?
Yeah, you're not gonna do that. That sounds so wrong.
I'm retracting that. Let me rephrase it. My bad. His backstory adds up to him being a bully.
We
in
don't
my
even
opinion.
know his backstory.
No, but like it's leading up to it. Like he's opening up more, you know. So I feel like he's gonna open up more of his backstory. I don't care about your skill check. Oh, rip.
Anyway, Sid,
Bro's
you
still
can
watching.
do your story.
Damn it. So, in 4th grade, I'm pretty sure fidget spinners got banned, not because of this, but because of some other incidents.
Dude,
But-
Toons P thicker. What?
So,
What?
this kid
Aaron, look
stole
right by you.
a fidget spinner and I think one of my Pokemon cards from me. And I was upset and I decided to go onto the swings. And he kind of was walking up, like he was gonna taunt me. And mind you, this kid had just healed from a broken leg.
Yeah.
I was 10 at that time, by the way. he was kind of close to me, like while I was on the swing. So what I did, you know how when you're on the swings, you can like swing your legs to the side a little bit,
Yeah.
and like you just go like woo woo woo.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I did
Hey.
that whenever he was right in front of me, and I caught him right in the leg
No.
because he stole my fidget spinner and my Pokemon card.
That's
Hey
wild.
Sid.
I didn't even get in trouble for that shit.
Hey Sid. These people just said if that ichor is like blood, and the first thing my brain thought was, so would it just be black down there on that time of the month?
Oh my gosh. Oh
What?
my gosh.
I'm so confused. What? You know, Weird Kid
Potato.
asked if Toons pee blood, right? Well, pee ichor. They didn't say anything about the ichor being blood. Ichor is blood, but it's not like
No. Someone said ichor is blood like a little bit after that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone said ichor is blood, which made my brain go, okay. So during that time of the month, would it just be black down there?
Damn, I get into the Coco, I don't think you can do that.
Dude.
Gang.
Damn, y'all were like watching
They're
for the moment.
Toons.
Y'all were like watching for the moment I got here. Damn. Damn.
We've been waiting.
Hey.
Wait.
Have y'all been waiting?
Penelope waiting.
I thought y'all were about to sing Daisy.
No.
Daisy, give me your
answer due.
I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be a stylish,
marriage.
I can't afford.
a kid.
No, Shrimpo, you have to go the opposite way. If too many people are going the same way, it looks weird.
On the seat of a bicycle.
There we go. No, Shrimpo. I'm not doing this. Ner.
It's not even the full song either. It's just part of the song.
Okay, let's go set up a run.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if Just Val's gonna join us though.
Sure, we can do a pebble hunt.
I'm very
Over at the
hesitant.
board.
What? Oh, you're over here?
Okay.
You don't get no APCA.
No starters. I just shocked. What is up with the no starters? Like, shut up.
I don't know.
No, we don't need another
thinking
pebble.
cap.
We don't need another pebble.
We need two.
Pebble has his thinking cap. Pebble has his thinking cap.
Oh, the Roger didn't get to join?
I think he did.
I think Roger's in. You got in. Giselle. Smiley face. Yeah, Roger's in.
You know who didn't?
Who? Oh. Yeah, I see who. Yep.
Yeah.
Who didn't?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indecisive.
No, they got
It's
in.
Oh, they did? Wait, who didn't get in then?
I think there was Shrimpo.
Oh.
I don't
Yeah,
know how to say
Shrimpo
their
did.
name.
Indecisive person?
Hiya.
No, this is.
They're right here. They're
Yeah.
What
Right
about
there.
them?
No,
Yeah, oh,
we thought they
Suki.
didn't. Oh.
Oh shit, we're playing with a Brightney. Aww.
I got
Yep,
you
Is
on
good
there
it.
luck.
any other healers that aren't
No,
Sprout?
no! No! This is my machine. I got to it first. Back off. No, you cannot. Use may I. May I.
And the
Be
answer is
civil
still no.
about this. Be civil. All right, say may I, not can I.
No, it's ma'am. Just shut the fuck
Thank
up.
you.
Go find your own machine.
Can you go get the other?
I don't know where the other one is. Oh, hi, Shrimpo.
Make sure not to get into Goob's way.
Oh, I'm fine. Careful of Brightney, though.
Hi, Goob. Oh,
Come on.
Hi.
that was immediate.
Sorry. Everyone, get away from the
Oh my
gosh dang
gosh,
elevator. Everyone,
they
move.
beat the floor. Hi,
Oh my god.
welcome back.
Can everyone stay at the back of the elevator once you get in, please and thank you.
There's a band-aid.
Andy, you piece of shit.
Wow.
Hagale. Shaw. Shaw.
Shelly's already on.
Sorry.
Shelly's on 1 HP.
Oh.
What?
What?
What? Yeah,
How?
Shelly's on 1. Because I
think
got hit by
Shrimpo
Shrimpo.
jumped them.
Yeah.
Okay. Sid, you and me are
They
on
did
distractor
Dial's
duty.
floor.
Dude, I'm on distractor duty.
You
I'm
take
on
the
backup.
distractor.
You, Oh.
Yeah.
You motherfucker.
I picked that up on accident. I genuinely did. I'm so sorry. I didn't pick it up on purpose.
What just
jumped
happened?
band director.
I accidentally
I
picked
got
up a
brand new
band-aid.
saxophone. Louie.
Oh shoot.
Louie.
Louie,
Get the fuck
Louie,
away from
Louie.
Brightney.
Louis.
Brightney, lose sight. Ugh.
Sorry.
God damn it.
I was trying to get
Sorry,
to them
I was
back to you
trying to pull them.
safely. They latched onto me and I was trying to get back to you.
The game is lagging for some reason.
Brightney, what are you doing? Okay, I'm going into this corner room. I'm at 1 heart, by the way.
What?
Yeah.
Whatever.
I know the 1 hit. When did you get hit the last time? Floor 1?
What?
Did
Sid,
you
did you
get hit floor
get
1?
hit twice?
Yeah, I got hit floor 1 because I needed the speed.
Oh yeah.
It's my
Sid.
ability.
I guess I never noticed that. I guess I was just paying attention to Shelly's HP.
Sid, do you want me and Mateo to distract till you're at 2?
I can distract at 1.
I'm almost done with the machine. I forgot to say get to Ellie. My bad.
I can literally outwalk them, bro.
I
I'm not
know,
one of
but I was
those-
talking about every.
I can't distract people. I'm not one of them.
Yeah.
They got V. Oh my gosh. Endurance. What?
No, let's go gambling.
Why do y'all want to go gambling?
Let's go gambling.
Because I could get another
go gambling.
bandit.
Almost got 100. Sorry. It's okay. It's okay.
It's my fault anyway.
I'm
I'm gonna be
blaming it
honest
on
with you. Blame
What?
it on me.
What did I do?
It's kind of my fault actually. Oh.
Yum, yum.
Nom nom nom.
Why are you taking tapes? We have a sprout.
I
Aaron!
forgot.
I literally just watched that, bro.
I forgot we had a sprout.
That's crazy.
Wait, Goob, pull Roger into Ellie. Can.
That's an item that I can
Where's
use.
the may I? Where's the may I?
Goob, pull Roger into Ellie. What the
Stop
fuck?
shouting at me! I'm doing a machine! Jesus! Okay! God damn! I'm doing a machine and then all of a sudden pull him into me! Pull him in.
Roger,
God,
what?
shut up. Jesus Christ. No need to shout at me!
No need to shout at me.
Next time I'll just let Roger die. How about that? Okay? I'm a sensitive soul.
Grab Roger
right.
into the Ellie.
Shut up.
Grab
I didn't
Roger
feel-
into the Ellie. By the way, not
I
to be
didn't
rude,
feel
but
like
can you-
typing.
Oh shit!
How
yeah,
about
I
how about
forgot.
I
I'm so
say
sorry.
no? How about I say no? Huh? What about that,
forgot about
Shelly?
that.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
I forgot. I'm
not-
so sorry. I was too focused on Aaron taking tapes.
Wait, what
Wait,
happened?
what happened?
Aaron took tapes, and they're asking me to bring the Twisteds to the alley. Is that Yada? That is.
I don't know. I got beef with Shelly at the moment, though.
Aaron, what are you doing?
I'm helping.
Could you grab the other one?
Yep. I almost latched them onto Brightney on accident because Brightney is just sitting in the middle of an open room. Sid, where are you?
I'm at the broken.
Also, thank you so much, Goop. Stop shouting at me!
Also, thank you so much, Goob!
Why are they shouting at me?
No. You pretend I
Damn.
am. I know you pretend I am.
Good job, Goop. Why is everyone shouting at me?
Hee hee.
Guys, Goob doesn't
Sprout
like-
tapes, Sprout tapes, Sprout tapes.
I'm on my way to the elevator. You guys better be in there.
No, me and Brightney are.
Hi, Sprout. I brought him. Owie! Owie! Fuck! Ow! I got bit! Owie!
Take me.
God damn it.
Bro got touched.
I think
Bro
multiple
got
of us.
diddled.
I think multiple people actually need heals. Like me,
Oh my God.
Shelly.
Shelly's
me
back
and
at full. Oh,
No, Shelly's.
Depression would be nice, but we need.
Louis took
We need
med
this-
floor 1 just so you know. Shut the fuck up.
You took a mess. You got
I
that.
legit don't think it
Taking a
matters.
They
In
can
all
see my
honesty,
stream. They can see my stream.
legit, I don't think it
Louis
matters.
took med floor 1. Bro, shut
It
the fuck
doesn't
up.
I
matter.
also
It
took a
does
med
not
on
matter.
floor
I am
2
the
on
distractor.
accident.
I didn't take anything.
Like, I'll take that shit in front of you, bro. I'll take that shit in front
Well-
of you.
Yeah, I didn't take anything.
It's Tisha and
I'm
Connie,
in-
by the way.
Oh hell yeah!
I keep picking up tapes on accident trying to think they're
Aaron!
chocolate. I thought they were chocolate bars. Do chocolate bars not exist anymore?
Bro.
No,
I
bro.
think
Broski, no, for real. Do chocolate bars even exist anymore? I
Yes.
swear.
yeah, they
Whoever
do.
is taking tapes, it's fine. It's Pebble. Take as much as you
I'm-
want.
I'm sorry.
Indecisive
Bro's not.
is.
Bro's just not used to the new freaking thing.
Get your tapes.
Dude,
Get your tapes.
are chocolates rare now?
You fucking bitch!
How
I wasn't even close to her!
do you... Girl! Girl!
Can you.
Sid!
Dude, come on.
I wasn't even that close to her! Yeah, she did.
Bro, I'm gonna have beef with this Shelly. I'm gonna kill this Shelly.
I'm also.
Is it grief? Is it really griefing if I do it on accident?
Thank you, I'm sorry. Louis needs to, in the wise.
Oh, shit!
Aaron, I'm gonna kill you!
Get good!
Aaron, you wanna distract this floor? Do you?
No!
Yes, you do. I think you do. Oh shit,
I-
it is GG.
I,
Aaron,
in
you're
fact, do
distracting this
not.
floor.
No, I'm not.
You are.
I'm doing machines like a good dog.
Oh, Goob's distracting this floor.
I have a band-aid. I am not losing
I
it
have
to
a
Gigi.
medkit and a band-aid.
You know what? I had a speed candy and a pop. I don't want to hear from either.
Pop?
Just a regular pop, not a bottle
You
pop, but
go,
still.
Goob. You got this.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'm out of stamina. Yeah, I got this.
Don't die.
Probably just.
Oh my god! Warn a guy! Ow! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm out of stamina. Someone please save me. Thank you.
Make sure
But
you
that
get
was
her
not
to
saving
the
me.
elevator. Sprout needs tapes.
I swear, I would have been so mad if Gigi grabbed my band-aid in that 1 second that I was distracting
All the
them.
distractors are on call. We're all on call.
Literally.
We're all on call.
Oh my god. Also, no, what happened is the other pebble didn't, not the shrimpo. The shrimpo didn't follow us.
Gigi took your jumper. I don't give a flying crap
How are you
about your
doing
jumper.
today?
You can
Doing
find
good?
another one.
Brightney, use your ability.
Bro's dying.
Damn, saying they hate Gigi.
Scraps.
Fuck!
Oh,
Goop!
and Goob!
Oh my god. I got scraps. I got
Goop.
scraps. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not helping either of you. I don't know the timings.
Scraps has 12 seconds. Goop has 10.
8, 9, 10. 1.
I'm not counting. I don't count. I wait till they stop.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Sid likes the guarantee.
3, 6, 7.
I'm distracting my sister.
I got. I ran past it and I was like, oh god.
2, 3, 4,
Shelly, what the fuck are you doing?
7, 8, 9, 10.
Are there any machines over here?
3. Broken.
Broken?
6,
Oh.
7,
Wait.
9,
Sprout, I got. There you go.
2, 3, 4,
Oh my god, finally, an actual bar of chocolate.
8, 9, 10.
Mate, you've been here for basically every update. Did they just make chocolates rare?
No, they're still common.
Really?
Yeah.
I like get none.
Yeah, they're everywhere. Just on the floor. I think Sprout's picking them up.
6, 7, 10. I'm just gonna gun it. Don't even worry about taking them to the elevator. Just run.
Okay, everyone at Ellie.
Yes.
Okay, I'm coming. Goob is coming. Goob is coming. Goob has his thinking cap.
Oh.
I had to wait till Scraps pulled. So
I'll take that.
I'm gonna buy these two and then buy the medkit, so that way my
hell
medkit's in
yeah.
my last slot.
I have a med kit in my face.
You have a
Face.
face?
I have a face.
You are a fake.
face. Bro has a face. It's
I have
wild.
a face.
Hmm.
It's
Why
a
is
med
it
kit, a
sticking out
band-aid,
its
and a med kit.
tongue?
That's my face.
Nice.
I have a pop med kit and a band-aid.
I took 2 tapes last floor and I said, glisten.
I'll watch
I'll stay
Glisten.
near. Oh, okay.
Glizzy glisten.
Oh, and Blot. Okay, easy floor.
Take the band-aid, Sprout. Take the. Thank you. Take the band-aid.
So
Sprout, take the band-aid. You're gonna need it.
I love
Band-
him. I love
Band-aids
him
go.
so
Band-aid.
much. Oh my god, I love him so much.
Girl. Girl.
Who you
Girl.
calling girl, bitch?
Girl.
Oh shit. Why is Glisten alone?
I don't know where Glisten is! Ah!
You good?
I got touched.
Bro got diddled.
Bro got diddled. Bro got diddled. Guys, get away from
Bro
Glisten.
got
They're doing the
touched.
machines pretty fast.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, we're on 5.
Yeah, just get away from Glisten.
Yeah, get away from
He's
Glisten.
not even. He's not worth it at this point.
What do you mean they're doing the machines pretty quickly? No one's on the last machine unless Sprout's
Okay.
on it.
I think Sprout might be on it. Free floor,
Yeah,
basically.
Sprout's on it. Sprouts on it. Sprouts on it.
Get
Sprouts on it.
to the elevator. Oh shit,
Yeah,
he's
Sprout's
by
on
the
it.
elevator.
So is his hand.
Just wait.
I would not. No, standing next to him is a bad idea.
Oh no.
Pop
Listen
it.
at Ellie.
Pop it, Sprout. Do it.
I'm just ready
Don't
to
you
run.
dare. Oh my god.
Brightney, get back
Pop
to
it.
the elevator.
Okay.
Pop it.
Roger's there.
I don't know why Roger
It's
was
okay.
following
Just
him.
get. I don't know.
Oh.
Huh? Why are you saying sorry? It's fine. It's not even your fault. It's technically Roger for following after Glisten.
Yeah, why did Roger do that? Why did Roger do that? No,
That's
literally,
what I
like, all
wanna
of
know.
the distractors can either hear, like, each other, not each other, but hear one person at least. Because Sprout's watching my stream. Sprout's
Yeah.
And all
technically
three of us are in a
distracted.
call.
Oh
Wait,
shit, my
get
bad.
your ass over here, Brightney.
I'll take Finn. That way you don't have to deal with him.
What?
Unless you want him.
Well, try not to, at least, like, try not to do that, though, like, right in front of me. In front of my second?
Yeah, you took
get
Brightney as
Yada.
well.
Oh, wait, no. Sprout's bringing Yada to me.
Thank you for your generous sacrifice.
Oh, shit, I forgot I didn't see Brightney. Oh my god, I did not see Brightney.
Are you on one? No, you're not.
No, but Ronnie's giving everyone a heart attack.
She blended
Okay.
in with Brightney's light.
I don't know why
The
Brightney
wall.
is following you.
Brightney's following who?
I thought you
Brightney's
said
following
Brightney
no
was
one.
following you.
No,
I
Brightney's
almost
following
ran
no
right
one.
into Brightney with all 3 Twisteds.
Oh.
I mean, technically, Brightney could distract them.
No.
Technically, but it's not. Oh. Okay, Barney's on the lost machine. Everyone Ellie.
Okay.
I don't think Brightney has the equipment.
I mean, I've distracted, like, slightly distracted Commons with Brightney.
Okay, everyone.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, Sid, do you have peak?
No. Sadly, I don't have peak.
Nothing good. 2 gumballs and a
Dandy,
stamina.
I'm gonna fucking
Candy.
kill you.
Dandy runs, it's gonna diddle you.
EAE means everyone at Ellie.
Dude, we know what that
already
means.
know. I love cat.
We know we're not stupid. I swear to God, I'm gonna shove this Shelly into the goddamn gutter.
So, gang,
Yeah,
hate to admit this. So, you know how I don't play Dandy's World very often?
yeah.
Yeah.
I
What
thought
about
EAE, I thought EAE
Bandit
means
over here.
easy.
That is not what that meant, mate.
I know.
There is
I'm just
so
gonna
much
take
good
Bandit.
stuff
No,
that I
okay.
want, but I can't take it.
If you want the, oh yeah,
I need to
that's
find
right there,
Poppy.
Horn.
Oh my god, there's also a fucking... There's a bottle of pop.
I got Poppy. I got Poppy.
I'm at Ellie.
I'm gonna
Okay.
take that bottle of pop, by the way,
Miss
because
Slay,
if
you
we
got train
get
whistle.
Pebble, I can distract Pebble.
There's a...
Hell
oh,
yeah, I got train
forgot. I'm
whistle.
so sorry, Brady. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I got 'em all. I got 'em all. I got 'em all.
I was trying to get to you to get Poppy and then forgot about Brady.
Okay. I'm trying to make it so you can take them in a safe place.
I'm gonna take that bottle of pop.
Oh. Good job.
God fucking damn you, Toodles, you fucker, you motherfucker! I'm gonna fucking kill you! I'm gonna fucking kill your ass!
I was about to say, you want me to take Toodles?
Wait, where'd the bottle of pop go?
Huh? I take the bottle of pop. If that's what
Oh.
you're wondering.
I was gonna take it so if we got Pebble, I could deal with Pebble.
I got the box of
That
chocolate.
one, no. Louie knows how to deal with Pebble. I'm just
Yeah.
taking it so I can deal with, like, Shelly and V, you know?
That's fair, but Louis always on one, so I'm a little concerned.
You know I can hear you, right? Brady, can
That's
you try not
crazy.
to, like, go the same way? Like, I'm going over this
Where-
way so you can go that way. Damn.
Okay. I want to get to Ellie. Oh, I gotta. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna
hindsight
take
is
'em here.
20 EAE makes sense. But I thought that was just people saying easy for like the longest time.
That is not how you say easy. It's
I
easy. For
know.
easy.
I know. I get it. But I thought people were being weird. Like how for some reason BSF means best friend forever, even though hello, what?
Shelly, I'm gonna throw you at a wall.
Guys,
I'm gonna
guys,
stomp on
give
your
Sprout
fucking head. I
give
swear to God.
Sprout the tapes.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. I'm so sorry, Sprout.
Literally, Shelly, you got shut the flapperjack up. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Oh, you should be careful.
Okay,
Toodles is right there.
Yeah. I got Toodles. Don't worry, I can handle Toodles.
Who's getting
Toodaloo,
What the
motherfucker.
fuck?
I
Come here.
did say who let the dogs out, and that is the dog.
That is not a dog.
That is a dog.
This is
Brightney?
why? How is she hitting me, Brightney? What the fuck, Brightney? Okay, worry. I'm taking the
I'm
taking
broken.
Demon Child and brush it back to you. Okay, I'm coming.
What if I get Shelly killed? Like, by accident.
Do
Brightney!
it. Oh
Quote
shoot.
Oh
unquote
my god.
accident.
I got. Oh my god.
That was
We
very
keep swapping them off.
unsuccessful.
That was so unsuccessful.
You got
Oh my
killed by
god, Rabies
yourself.
Child. Oh my god, are you kidding me?
gang. Is Ragex Rice the Shelly?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm coming back with the Demon Child. I don't
Shelly's
know how
almost
we
finished
manage
anyways.
this. Okay.
Why are they being pretentious?
Careful.
Genuinely.
We literally switched off again. Just take
Are
him to the
you
elevator. Just take him to
Dude,
the
I'm-
elevator.
Joke's on you, I'm out of stamina and I lost him.
Oh.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh look, another med kit.
Oh, yeah,
shit.
thank you.
That
I
seems
can't. I
bad.
can't. I have a book. Guess who's back?
I'm back
Hey, gang.
again.
Also, I missed the thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot.
Thank you,
Thank
Ko-Fi
you,
Bot. I'm sorry for missing
Ko-Fi
you.
Ko-Fi Bot, we love you. Who
Someone just
texted?
messaged me on Discord saying, "Help! A gay tried to riz me."
What?
What?
Literally, that's the Discord
get your ass
message I
over
saw. That's literally the Discord message I
come
saw
here, you two Yuri lovers.
too.
Where?
Yuri love-
Wait, where are you? I'm coming.
Oh, I get it. Tisha and Brescia.
Hey, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Dude, I can only watch out so
What?
hard,
Bro
okay?
said, what? Who's the other one?
You said Yuri
Oh,
lover?
you want it? Okay, you can have it.
It's the two
Oh,
Yuri.
okay,
It was
thank you.
Connie. It's Yuri. I have Yuri here, right? Right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm
Yuri.
enjoying it.
Aaron, what are you doing behind me?
You said Yuri lovers follow you.
This
I
is
didn't-
crazy.
I didn't say Yuri lovers follow me. I said I have two Yuri lovers follow. I don't fucking know what I. Brightney! Roger,
I can't
stay
take
at
it.
Ellie, you're slow.
I mean, I
Why
can
is
always
she
just
trying to
pull
do
Roger.
like? Why is she
I
trying
don't
to
know.
like?
Dude,
boss us
Roger can
around,
do
bro?
whatever the hell. Yeah, Roger can do whatever the hell he
If Roger dies
wants.
to
He
the
made the
elevator
goddamn
timer,
run.
Roger can die to the elevator timer.
Air horn. Can I grab it?
Yeah, you can
Just in
grab it.
case.
Yeah, just grab
Okay,
it.
cool. Just in case.
Jelly, stop
if
being
anything-
a dictator.
If Roger's gonna be slow, I can pull him in. That's kind of my whole shtick.
Yeah.
I
I'm
was gonna-
here for that support.
Shelly's
gonna
just
say,
trying to be
Mateo,
a dictator for this round.
Literally, like, shut the
I was
hell
gonna
up.
ask you if you could pull me in so I could go grab a drink, but I'll wait till I'm in the elevator to grab a drink.
I love how everyone's walking in the Icker. Let me walk in. I want to walk in. I want
don't
some
wanna-
of those good Icker.
Is that the new alcohol?
Yep. Okay.
Well, I don't drink.
Come to Ellie.
I'm coming.
Hurry
Bye
up.
bye, Yuri. Bye bye, Yuri. Oh.
Isn't it funny how
We played
Roger
as
was in the
Icarus.
elevator before?
We sure did.
I mean, not Tisha. Before Shelly.
Shelly's Shelly's becoming a pain in my neck, in all
Yeah.
honesty. We had a Shelly just like this, but then they got better. They warmed up to us. This one I
Yeah.
cannot stand right now.
Didn't we end up
Maybe-
electing that Shelly?
You did, I sure the hell didn't.
Freak the Shelly. Do it. Oh my gosh.
Do it. I found a. Oh,
Brightney,
I was
can
about
you
to say, I
not
found
be
a
the
fan.
first one out of the fucking elevator, please? For the love of fuck. For
Okay,
the love
I
of
found a med kit if anyone wants it.
I'm following you, bro.
Roger. Take your tune. I don't want it.
I'm trying.
Oh.
Got him.
There you go.
Okay, I have
Um,
Yada and
Mateo,
Boxton.
Here, I'll go over here so I'm out the way.
Okay.
What's up?
where are you?
I have Yada, Boxton,
I'm in the
there's
toy
R&D.
shop.
I need to find who else is here. Okay,
I'm
Uh,
with the toys.
Where are you?
Not the maze, the toys, right next to Good Ellie.
Come to where I am.
Why?
Hey, Obsidian, guess what?
Because
Butternut
I don't
bread.
want this Shelly taking
Oh,
the med
hydrate?
kit.
Okay,
No.
My
let me try
inventory is full, but
distracting
okay,
one-handed.
let me I'm
Let
coming.
me open up my
coming.
almond milk. I have
Where
packed
are
my
you?
almond milk.
Where?
I'm on the right hand side in front of Good Ellie.
Okay. Got it.
There you go.
That was such a good hydrate. Dang, I took the ban. Why are you saying that you take why are you taking heals?
Roger, I was coming back for that, but it's okay. It's okay. I forgive you. I
Shelly
forgive you.
took the heal.
Oh yeah, Mateo, pull me into the
They
elevator.
took the band-aid,
I'll be
but
right
I
back.
took the medkit. Okay, I gotcha.
Who has last?
Sure the fuck ain't me. My machine got yoinked by Roger. It's fine, I don't really need the Icar anyways, but...
Lol.
Bro, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna kill that Shelly. Oh, that's a little too close. That's a little too close there, buddy. Golden
Yeah,
brick.
Sprout said, yeah, I agree.
Yeah!
Louis. They said, Louis, what?
I think they want you to do
Listen
it.
to the voices in the wall.
Yeah.
Do it. I'm gonna accidentally turn a corner too fast.
Yeah.
Like right around her. Okay, I'll stretch. Brittany, what the fuck?
Gotta stretch. Gotta stretch and stretch. Oh, another medkit.
Another
For
one?
fuck's sake.
Dandy, I'm
For
scared.
fuck's sake. Dandy, me too. I have 2 medkits right now.
I'm
Alright. Welcome back.
Oh my
I got full heals. They got
Dandy has
full
another
heals.
medkit.
Kill them.
If only I was
Smoke them.
nasty,
Kill.
right?
Kill.
Kill John Lennon.
Kill
Kill
Shelly.
John Lennon.
Kill
Okay, I'll let
Shelly.
you get hit. I'll let you get
Bet.
hit.
Yeah,
Do
go
whatever
ahead.
you want. Die. Kill.
Here, I
Kill
got.
John
Here.
Lennon.
Let me.
Kill
Oh.
I think you got
Whoops.
hit.
It's Leonard meds. I'm gonna slowly bring this Cosmo over to Shelly. Oh, Louis took him.
Lol, imagine. Okay,
Kill
Brightney, can you stop
John
fucking
Lennon.
taking everybody? Like, bro.
I don't know.
I don't know.
My mom's asking how to watch the game for
don't
free.
God, Brightney, can you please stop getting in the way? Oh my gosh.
Take Sprout. What?
Thank you.
Take Med Sprout. Oh. No.
Okay, where's the Shelly? Let me accidentally grief her.
Do it.
Let's just hope that Shelly never finds the stream.
Oh, both of our streams, yeah. For sure.
Well, they can't really hear.
If they only find your stream, we're fine because it's
Take
Sid
Meg,
saying it, not
Louie.
you.
Yeah. No one can take the medkit. What medkit? Fine, I'll take it. Damn.
I'll take it.
some. Take it.
I took it! I used my air horn for it. Goob got it. Yeah, I did. I wasted my air horn for it. You're welcome.
On the last machine.
Ay. I don't know. Someone was... I think it was Shelly.
Oh yeah, I think Shelly was.
Okay,
on
that's
last.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4. Get your ass over here, Louis.
Salem is on stream as well.
Okay. I'm also gonna follow the whatever stream rewards you get. Because
Stream Wars, imagine.
But the thing is, they can't. You can't hear us. Like you can only
Yeah.
hear them.
Yeah, because a certain PlayStation decided, no, that's not allowed.
when are you
PlayStation,
Morley
you
the
see.
Bear? Please use your mic correctly.
Oh, my job. My time has come.
Your time has
Where is
come.
V?
I'll
Where
get
is
Frankie
V?
and
My
Poppy.
time has come. Okay, I got Tegan.
Please
apparently,
stop
too.
coming.
Hello? Oh, I found V.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay.
Whoa, no.
I'm gonna try my best to grab Tegan from.
Pegale! Shaw!
Shoot.
Shaw!
I just have a... Oh my god!
I'm so
Ow.
sorry.
It's
I'm
okay.
So sorry.
It's okay. Please
Boxing's
don't
on
take
the
that.
loose.
Yeah, just it's okay.
Do you
I'll
want?
be fine. I'll
do
be
you
fine.
want? Do you want the others?
No. Just in case I run out of stamina, you know? I don't want to, like... Okay. No, I'm good.
I guess we're just gonna be following each other while distracting then.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's...
We're just following each other. This is our distracting method, guys. I just gotta make sure that I don't get as close as her to you.
Yeah. I get you. I'm scared. I'm more scared of you being, like, hella close to me. Just because V, and I don't need you to be slowed down, you know?
Well, they're
Oh my
closer
goodness.
to you than I am closer to them, so it's fine.
Dude, this
Oh.
person's like, wait for double or
Oh
triple
shit,
name.
Boxton's here.
What during the Christmas event,
What?
we got Bobette, Pebble, V, and Shelly all in the same round on
Ooh.
floor 20.
Yeah. Yeah, like, come on, mate. Get real, alright?
Yeah,
Kill
go
the
deal with
program.
Bobette.
Go, just go.
I'll go this way.
I'll go the other way then. I don't know. Everyone's not at elevators. Shut up. You know who's not at Ellie? Me.
It wasn't
you.
me.
And then there we go.
Just had to walk our dogs.
Yeah, we just had to
Get
walk
in,
our
Louie.
dogs.
Get to elevator now.
That
Shut the
that
fuck
honestly
up.
went really well.
Oh, it's because we're awesome.
Because we're awesome.
We're-
Stares
We're
loudly.
epic.
Let's just all stare at Shelly and say nothing. Aaron, stare at Shelly. Just stare. Just keep on staring at her.
Tell me to go to Ellie and
We're gonna
I will
your ass.
beat you.
We're gonna beat your ass. We're gonna beat your ass.
Eat!
Shut the fuck up! I did not say eat.
You totally did. You totally did. I heard it
did not
clear
say
as
a
day.
fucking thing.
You said eat. Oh my god!
I need to drop a heart. I need to drop a heart.
Ah! Oh
Get
my
the
god.
others.
Okay.
I got Yada.
Oh fuck!
Oh,
Fuck! Fuck!
no,
Fuck!
I
Fuck!
got Pebble.
Oh shit.
Where?
Oh no, I got Pebble. I ran into
Broken
a table.
Ellie.
Okay, because I went into the wrong room and got panicked.
I was trying to avoid Goob.
Where the hell is he?
Okay.
He's
I got
on
Cosmo.
someone. Oh.
He's on Sprout. Shit. Careful.
Take him to me. Take him to me. I need to lose 2 hearts.
Dude, of course someone had to say something about names.
Literally. Like, shut the hell up, mate.
Like, thanks for fucking jinxing us.
Literally.
Okay, I'm going to good. Could you keep the
Okay.
others at broken
Yeah.
until.
Found it. There's a band-aid. Sprout, take it. Y'all are literally fine with
God
me.
damn
I know
it.
how.
Why am I
Bro
lagging
died.
so much? Genuinely.
Dude, no, I don't know because I'm also lagging.
Because on my
shit.
stream,
Ow.
you could literally see, like, he literally, like, teleported, basically.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna have stamina for this shit.
Legends.
Hi, Tegan. Hi, Poppy. Oh, who died? Got chomped. Brady, what the fuck?
You know, you would think just putting in ZA would make Pokemon Legends ZA show up, but no.
So, when we all die,
Ow.
I'm going to say this shit.
Say what?
Ow.
When we all die, though. When we all die.
I came in clutch, gang. That hurt, though.
Shelly, for future runs, stop being a dictator to people, okay? Okay. You need to stop being a dictator.
Literally, that
to
was...
people.
That Shelly literally
That's
sucked. I hate
just
that
annoying.
Shelly.
That is annoying.
I need to turn on my lamp because it is getting dark. And oh, I just hit my hand. I just
Nah.
hit my hand.
Let's see. Your pre-orders ZA 10/16. 10/16. What is today? The 4th.
Today's the 4th.
One,
Thank you.
9, 13. No, not 13.
Oh my god, Brightney.
16.
Brightney.
Get it, Goob. Get it, Goob. Holy moly, Goob hit moves. Get it, Goob.
Jesus Christ, I'm gonna have a heart attack from distracting.
If that
I'm meant
Shelly
to be
ever
a
finds the
backup.
stream, stop being a dictator
31,
to people.
32, 33, 34,
It's
35,
not that
36.
hard.
36
crash out on
is
you.
the Legends ZA.
I will fucking
And
crash out
imagine
on you.
another pub. Dude, they literally go, imagine Peb another floor on floor 18. Dude, I would literally have a
I
breakdown.
will crash out on you.
I will have a breakdown. What the fuck? How did that happen? Ugh.
Hi guys, I'm very tiny now.
What do you mean you're tiny? What? What is happening on your stream, mate?
Nothing's happening on their stream.
Said they were tiny. That's what confused me.
It's just that their face cam is on, that's it.
Oh.
Takes up their entire screen, so I don't know why they're saying they're tiny.
Brightney? Brightney? Oh no.
I see you. You ain't hiding.
Bro's trying to be slick.
Put
Restore
them eyes
stand for
away.
Louie.
Hi, silly friend Cookie.
Rest
Cookie
in
run.
peace, Louie, though. You don't get the right to say that, Shelly. Shut up.
I love how we have a rest in peace Louie. No one cares about the pebble that was with them.
Nope. They're gonna care about me when I die, though.
No more pebble! And remember, I see you. I see all of your sins.
Yeah, you see all of our sins.
Hey, Makako, I got some wires for you to eat. They're specifically inside of Sid's walls. They control their AC.
I control your AC.
Crazy.
What?
Bro controls the AC.
Y'all want to see
What?
what I'm drinking my hydrate from, which is, chocolate almond milk?
Is it just a container of chocolate almond milk? I knew it!
I see Sprout.
That's
Sprout's just
crazy.
looking.
That's crazy.
The
So
Sprout
I
is
get
no
my
longer
I get
looking
my
respectfully.
almond milk from Aldi's.
This is why we don't talk about Twisteds.
Yeah, no. This
Bro.
Shelly.
Bro, it is Shelly, Astro, and Sprout.
This is why
They just
we don't
died.
talk.
Literally
about
just
Twisteds.
die.
I'm about to at this
Oh.
point. Shit. Thank you,
Sprout
Sprout.
said, nope.
Literally, yeah.
Goob med.
Goob, I can't grab Goob. Okay, I can't grab the med.
No.
Where?
Y'all want to see
No.
my
Oh,
favorite
no.
two ducks?
Near mid to the right.
So
Okay. I'll get it.
these two are the ones that I got from
Got
a
it.
road trip. Well, this one right here I got from my old workplace,
Sprout,
and
please.
then this
Sprout,
one
you're making
because I
this
took it on a
difficult.
road trip with
Not you,
me,
Sprout. Not the
and
big
then
Sprout.
this one I got on the road trip in Branson, Missouri.
Oh my God, Brightney. What the?
These two are besties.
Who are besties?
My rubber duckies. I have rubber ducky lore.
I know. What do you ever?
Shelly,
not?
standing there.
Speed.
Just
Kill
kill
her.
Shelly.
Kill her. Kill her.
Please.
Kill Shelly. Kill Shelly.
Oh my god.
Just
With
turn
your
the
Shelly's gonna
left
die at
corner a
this
little
strength.
too fast.
Dude, I
Kill
can't.
Shelly.
Well, he's gonna die anyways, because if I die, they die. And I'm out of stamina, so. I was out of stamina. I don't know what you want from me.
You're
Look,
showing off while your
Shelly.
friend is fighting for its life. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. It's okay.
This would be funny in a video. That like and how's the weather? It's raining. I'm still
Literally.
No,
living
yeah,
in
no,
Mechanic
literally.
Cat.
No, we could literally do that if I was just playing Stoke song. It's just like, how's the weather report? You like switch over
Wait,
to
I need
me,
to, like,
fucking
have, like,
trying to
another
bullshit.
Here's another light. How do you like my lighting, guys?
I think you just need a ring light.
How do you like my lighting, guys? I'm gonna find you, Shelly.
I almost died, lol. I had no
Wait.
stam as wild.
Do you remember when you came into a VC with me and Steven with your makeup and he just called you a plum?
Didn't you say, why are you white?
Yeah, I did.
Bro said, why are you white?
I don't know why he called you a plum. Your makeup was white.
And purple. And purple.
I had a little bit of purple, yeah.
It did. I could only see the white.
Bro, you should have let that
It
Shelly
reminds me
die.
of that one TikTok. Which TikTok? I can't
Kill
see because I can't really see that well because I have a flashlight in my eyes.
Yeah, well,
But,
maybe take the flashlight out of your eye.
I
Literally.
also got some. I'm gonna go to a Willwood concert tomorrow, and I got some setting powder for paint. And I also got a
Well, we all died.
Why does Shelly get to be the last one alive?
why?
I don't know.
Bro.
I'm just gonna return to
I
lava.
also got
I did too.
that like viral lip stain, the TikTok lip stain. I'm gonna send
What?
the thingy, and I'm gonna see.
This
I'm
is
gonna
crazy
see what
news.
she says about that. Shelly, for future runs, stop being a dictator to people. Okay.
How about Shelly for future runs? Don't join us.
I
Literally.
ain't friending her.
Neither
I
did.
neither.
She did the crying face. The crying face. Help.
Girl,
we
you're
ju-
on your own.
Now we just wait for Sprout and Sid.
Yeah.
Should
Okay.
I be someone other than Pebble? I can be someone else.
What if I just...
I mean, if you want, but you don't
we
have
can have a
to.
webcam, guys. We can have a webcam.
No, we turned Sid into a PNG tuber.
I am a PMG tuber. What do you mean?
Where's your PNG?
Let me grab it real quick. Hold up. Let me grab it. Why is my thing turned back on? Let me grab it real quick. I can grab it. I can literally grab it.
Sick. Do it.
What TikTok do you mean, though? I'm scared.
You're a TikTok. You're a Tic Tac. We're
I'm gonna
distracting.
join you, but I can't see live. I wonder why. Wait, where's my PNG tuber? Oh, there they are.
Oh.
You see this little guy right here?
Yeah. Why was their hair so high up when you
Shut the
when you
fuck
put
up.
them in?
Shut the fuck up. They go vroom. They go vroom when they first load in.
You mean they go bald? Sorry, you're choking on cock. No, this is corn.
What?
Anyways, I'm back. Sorry, I was dying on corn. My bad. I was eating some corn and then I choked on it. Good. I'm good now. I'm good.
Y'all gonna have some reaction images.
That's
He choked on
crazy.
it.
Who's Jesse? Hey, Jesse. Hey, Jesse.
Or are you just trying to ignore it?
Oh my god. After this round, I think I'm gonna switch to Forsaken. God,
You're gonna
Jesus.
switch to Forsaken?
Yeah.
Social worker CPS. Why is CPS here?
Sid, where are you?
It's at the start, I think.
Is this you?
I'm the
Yeah.
Pebble.
Hey.
Now we just need to grab Sprout. I'll leave that.
Oh,
to
there.
you.
Our Sprout is Boxton.
Yeah.
What?
Is anyone else
Yeah.
is any of the other viewers gonna join us?
Oh wait, no, our Sprout is right here.
Yes,
Wait.
Sprout-
Sorry,
Sprout's
gang.
right
I
there.
got. Sorry, I got them mixed up. Sorry,
You
I'm
got, you got them mixed up. Aaron, get in the fucking room.
This
What
is
room?
why I'm goob. This is why I'm goob. I'm a little dumb.
What room?
Where
What
the fuck-
room?
The purple
Where
room
are
next
you?
to Dial.
It's over here.
Right across from the event room,
Get in the
usually.
room. Damn.
But no,
Okay.
no one else in the room where it happened. The room where it happened. The room where it happened.
Good.
Imagine playing an out of order. And remember, Obsidian sees your sins, and I'm inside of your walls, chewing your cables.
Uh-huh. Oh.
Yeah, but I'm a taco. I'm a taco. You forgot.
POV
I eat your
tune. POV your tune. Oh wait. Hi, Pebble. You are fucking
So,
massive.
So if Poppy's head explodes, right?
Hi guys.
Would it explode into just air or into ichor?
You eat pie.
Icker. It's because Poppy's head isn't clear. So it'd be Icker.
Okay, but what about Louie?
It would also be Icker. Think of Louie like a water balloon, mate.
Damn. I don't want to do that. I don't want to explode.
I
This
eat your
is
sins.
a scary POV. Now I know why there's no like first person. Now I know why there's no first person POVs.
I would love a first person.
What are
POV.
you? Oh gosh, that's terrifying.
I eat your sins.
I'm going. I'm running.
Come here, Sid. The immediate turn away from Shelly was so funny.
Is this everybody?
Unless someone else joins, yeah, this is everybody. How about not making that noise? Did you ever
We got a
think about
Toodles
that?
by the.
What?
We got a Toodles, by the way.
Oh my gosh, we have a child in here.
Yeah. Hey.
No, when I was in the room, what happened?
Hey,
I'm in
Toodles.
Sid stream. I don't need a notification about it.
You're innocent. Stream. I don't need to know about it. Hey, a Toddles. It's a Toddles.
You're a toddles.
It's a Toddles. Hell yeah. What Toddles does?
I'm white.
Okay.
Why'd I get sent straight to the game? Where was the fucking loading screen?
There was one.
Yeah,
You
Not
just
for me.
think it's your too. Thank you, Ko-Fi bot.
You don't get to do that. You don't get to
But
do
you're
that
gonna ignore
before
Ko-Fi
I
bot
do.
again. It's not my fault you were going to ignore them.
Triple. Triple.
Someone has to make
It's not-
Ko-Fi bot feel appreciated.
Why did I say
Here, I'll run
Shrimpo?
a
This is
twist.
Cosmo. Oh my gosh, I'm lagging. What the hell?
Oh, no.
Why am I like 2 frames per second, bro?
Oh god.
What happened to your frames, mate?
I don't know. Did
Oh my
Elma
God.
Kako eat my frames?
No,
You're
Probably.
supposed
I
to just
They
chew my
said they were
cables, not eat my
installed.
frames. If you eat
No,
my
no,
frames,
see,
you're gonna
Sid,
kill
I
me.
ate your
Sid.
sins, and those frame rates, they were sinful, so I ate them.
What?
I eat your sins, and those
Oh my
frame rates were
gosh.
sinful.
Bro, this,
want me to
this
take 'em?
frame rate is going to be the death of me.
You know, I think so. You're losing frames per second, mate.
I'm losing frames per second, bro.
Wouldn't it be funny if the elevator popped right now?
No, it wouldn't.
Bro, you just got goob hurt. You idiot.
It wasn't me who popped it.
We're all in
I was
the
watching
elevator.
Ginger do the machine.
Yeah,
Alright, well, I'm
we need help. I need help by getting a new gaming PC. He's got a fucking band-aid. Are you fucking serious? I'm struggling. Hydrate? Okay. Whoa!
What was that?
What?
Sid?
What just happened?
Wait, did I lose connection and then rejoin? That's my rejoin
Maybe?
sound. Like, that's my... Toodles, by the way, you're on a live.
Why would you tell them?
Oh my god, you're scaring me with your, like, 2 frames per second,
Like
mate.
2 frames. Do you see the 2 frames per second?
No, but it's scaring me! Oh my god.
I don't anymore.
My bad.
I'm dead.
Yeah, I know you're dead.
Sid, you might just want to play Forsaken with Mateo. I don't think Danny's
Probably be
gonna work for you.
worse.
Oh, you know,
I
that's
mean-
fair.
There's not really a lot of players that can be on Forsaken, and it's pretty low quality based. Because I've been playing Dandy's World on 5 quality, so you should be fine. Maybe?
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I'd give it a try, but...
I think I've only played
I'd just be
Forsaken like
careful.
1 time though.
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
think
funny.
you played it with me.
I'm gonna stay in stream with y'all, but I'm just gonna be playing Silk Song.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
get
I've
you,
only
mate.
played it like 1 time though. I got no
Yeah,
clue how to
you'll be
play it
fine.
still.
It's basically like Dandy's World, but with puzzles instead of
Yeah.
for machines.
One thing I do
It
have
really-
fun with is the something evil will happen game. That one's pretty fun.
Oh, that one's pretty good. I agree. That one's. We could do
It's
that
like
if you want.
I'm down for
natural
that if y'all want to.
disaster.
Yeah, we could do something evil will happen if you want. See if
Okay.
that does any better.
Quack.
Quack
Whack whack.
quack quack. Quack. That was a very delayed quack.
Dude, I
Like
started
we all
quacking.
quacked before you quacked. Something
No, you
evil. What's next? Regretivator?
Oh, I love Regretivator.
I do
Such
too.
a good game.
We should
The
play
answer
is-
Regretivator.
Oh
We
my
should
god, we
have-
should totally
Regretivator
play.
hates me.
We should totally play Regretivator after something evil happens. Great idea.
Yeah.
I love how Sid is just puking up phlegm at this point.
I
Literally,
basically
me too.
am.
I was choking on corn. I was literally choking on corn.
Dude, Sid. No, not Sid. Mateo, did you hear what I said when you were choking
Yes,
on
yes, I did. I did. I
Did you
totally
see
did.
the multiple faces I made whenever I did that?
No, I did. I saw the gasped face.
Hey. Hey, I'm finally gonna make it into one of Sid's TikToks. I'm gonna be famous. Because there is no way they don't make a short out of that.
Listen, guys, I have to make content, and content you have to be funny for.
Wait, who's not at the alley?
Toodles. Toodles.
Oh my god, Toodles.
No.
Funny.
Toodles.
Toodles,
I'm
get your
funny.
here.
I saved the Toodles. But at what
Ooh,
cost?
gambling.
Okay, well, I guess we're going gambling. Let's go gambling.
Let's
totally
go
forgot Aaron was-
gambling.
I totally forgot Aaron was still alive. I forgot the only one who died was freaking Sid.
How did you think I would die on
Oh.
floor 2?
I legit forgot that Sid was the only one that died. My bad, my bad. I died.
How did I die? I lagged. I lagged to death.
I wonder how you died.
I lagged
Yeah,
to death.
I wonder too. I'm a little curious on that one, you know?
Oh my god, it's a tissue box.
Oh my
Oh
gosh,
my god, it
it's
is
a
a
tissue
tissue
box.
box. It is. Dude, I
my
wasn't
gosh,
picking
it's
up ticks because
Yuri.
I thought
Yuri.
It's Yuri.
Yuri on ice. It's Yuri on ice.
Oh my gosh.
Yuri on ice. Dude, no. It should just become Yaoi on ice.
Literally, I haven't finished Yuri on Ice. I got to like episode 3 and then I always stop.
Oh yeah,
I
it's
didn't finish it. It
canceled.
looks so good. It looks so good. What?
Yeah, no, they're never making any more of it. I hope you know that.
Why? It looks so good. I want more. I just never get around to finish it. Same with that like one with the volleyball team. That's so rigged.
they're
That's
still
so
making
dumb.
Haiku.
Yeah.
They're still making Haiku. But no, they aren't making Yuri on Ice anymore.
I thought they were making a movie.
That movie got canceled 2 years ago.
Damn.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, this hurts my soul. My very fiber of my being. This hurts.
Your very gay soul.
Yeah, my very gay.
Wait,
Why am I
is my-
buying from Dandy?
My
I don't
thing
need
isn't
to.
thinking.
I don't know.
What the hell? Excusez-moi. Start
Excusez-moi.
speaking. Bounce. Do something. Stop staring into the void. Oh my god.
Bro's PNG is
Good
broken.
point.
Bro, where the fuck is it? Where is it?
Oh, wait, Sid doesn't use the thing we use, so Sid doesn't
Sorry.
get my PNG with them.
Oh, I don't even use that anymore either because it breaks my OBS.
why
Oh.
is it doing my why aren't you hooked up to my
Doodles, you are not getting this machine.
hello? Oh my gosh.
I mean,
there
don't
we
get me
go.
wrong. I'll use it for guests, but I'm not gonna like use it for myself. You know, so that breaks just Discord call and everything.
Yeah, that's fair. I
There we
like
go.
my little guy.
It's very silly. I like mine.
And then now I
I
pick
keep
up a
switching it. I gotta make another PNG tuber.
I need
Or
a draw
Halloween.
again, but I don't have the money for it. I got like, I'm getting $600 to
Why not-
$700 for
why-
this paycheck.
Why not?
$6 to $7?
700, and I
Oh.
only worked like 3 days that paycheck.
Oh, my job's
Dude,
talking
dude,
about
I would use
pay
Krita.
raises.
Dude,
Dude,
speaking of pay raises, Sid. Okay, here's the question for you. I've been working at this job for almost 3 years, right?
Yeah.
And I do the work of about 3 people. How many raises do you think I've gotten?
Like one.
None.
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 And I'm even
doesn't get
making
a single
less
one.
than some new hires.
Ugh.
I'm making less than new hires who do less work than me.
Dude,
Ugh.
literally find another job. That one is absolutely.
Yeah.
Dude, I literally can't. Everywhere else in Texas is fucking fake job listings.
Damn.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of glad that I got mine whenever I did, because I was about to be homeless.
Ugh.
Yeah. And that just happened to be where the Christmas event was, or when the Christmas event was.
Oh, with your
Yeah.
shitty roommate.
Ugh. Don't even
Oh, your
talk
your
about
thing was
her.
working for a second. There you go. Now it's working.
Yeah, I had to
How'd
fix
you
it.
fix it?
I had to change the microphone because the microphone was hooked up to my fucking laptop, not my Hyper Quadcast. I forgot to breathe.
Breathe, kid, breathe.
Breathe. Yeah, Aaron, why not use Krita for drawing free?
I could.
Yeah, why don't you use Krita?
Yeah, because I use it too.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
The
Yeah,
layout
I'm
is
probably
actually
gonna
just
end up
like
using it.
Photoshop.
It looks similar to Clip Studio, and honestly, I'm fine with just switching over. The thing is, I don't have much time to draw anymore. Because if I'm home,
Yeah.
I'll either be playing Peak Phasmo or sleeping.
Yeah, I get you.
Speaking of sleeping, I've been going to sleep at 6 to 8 for the last couple days for some reason.
6 in the afternoon or 6 in the morning?
6 in the afternoon.
Okay.
But
I've been going to sleep at 4 in the morning.
Me
I
too,
did pull
genuinely.
one of those so last night I went to sleep at about 6. I think. Oh well, actually, I think I went to sleep. Well, yeah, I did about 7 o'clock, I think. And then the day before, I was asleep at 6. And then the day before, I didn't go to sleep until about 5 in the morning.
Damn.
Yeah.
Dude, my sleep schedule is a little fucked. But hey, I fell asleep at 12 last night, which is great because I woke up at 9
Nice.
when Silk Song was dropping.
Oh,
And I
heck
didn't get to buy it till 11:46
I was at
because
work.
I
Steam
fell
was broken.
I didn't go to
That's
sleep
what happens
till
whenever 2 million people
3,
try to
4.
buy something.
I didn't
Dude,
get to
no,
go
the
to
same
sleep
thing happened in
till
Deltarune. Thankfully, I wasn't on fucking Steam that day.
I didn't go to sleep till 4 in the morning, and I had to wake up at 8.
Oh. Hey,
Well, I
Mateo,
woke
if
up at
you
8.
want, we can do Just Dance tomorrow because I'm home alone.
Sure. My
Sick.
headset's charged. My headset's charged. So
Unlike
yeah, I can do
normal.
that. Huh?
Unlike mine, I'm gonna charge it
Charge
tonight.
yours. Gosh.
I'm gonna be right back. Y'all, entertain
I don't know
my
what you
stream.
want. I'm gonna entertain mine too. Mine's dead as hell, but you know.
Wait a minute.
I gotta
I'll
entertain
entertain
it
it.
Wait, I just
Ooga booga
realized
bippity
something.
bop.
somehow. What?
My mic isn't connected to my fucking HyperX Quadcast. It was connected to my laptop. Oh
Well, that's
my
why it was
gosh.
broken.
My mic has been broken this entire stream and nobody told me.
Oh my god, how were we supposed to know?
Well, you do sound clear now. You just sounded like you were in an open room.
Chat.
God damn it.
Chat, y'all didn't
How-
say a word.
How was
I
chat
didn't
supposed to know?
realize.
How was I
I thought you just had a weird. I thought your room was just more open than normal.
I have a HyperX Quadcast.
Let me die.
Why do you want to die? I'm not! He's trying to kill himself!
I killed you, and you killed me. Spider-Man, why'd you
Spider-Man,
kill
why'd you
that
kill
guy?
that guy?
Motherfucker, he killed
Motherfucker, he killed
himself.
himself.
Yeah, entertain chat real quick.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to
It's
die.
raining talk from out of the sky.
Gummy,
Tacos.
gummy, gummy bear.
No need to ask why.
Hey, Mateo,
Puts
Mateo.
my Just open your mouth and close your eyes.
Hey mate,
It's ready to talk.
I got a question for you.
What?
What does the fox say?
Ding 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 ding
You
ding ding ding. What does
want
the
to talk
fox
about
say?
brain
Bow,
rotty
bow,
Gen
bow, bow, bow,
Z?
bow, bow.
That fucking what does the fox say in the Gummy Bear song are
What
right
does the
there.
fox say? Oh, I'm a gummy bear. Yes, I'm a gummy bear. I'm a funny lucky.
The fact you remember it.
Oh wow, gummy, 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 gummy bear. I used to vibe to that song. I don't know.
I also
Really?
used to vibe to it, but I don't remember it.
Bum bum ba da 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 da.
I used to listen to You Spin Me Right Round, but I don't remember the entire song.
Spin me.
I used to listen to that shit on loop. You know, the fucking Sonic AMVs? What's the fucking green Sonic? I don't know what his fucking name was.
Green Sonic. That's huh? Jet?
I don't- No, no, the Green Hedgehog.
There was a green hedgehog.
Outside of just Sonic Underground, the fuck you
Oh.
mean? There was a that one was lag. Oh, whoops.
Oh, our Toodles left.
Oh,
Sid, don't
Toodles
play
left.
Metal Pipe. We can't hear it.
What?
We don't hear the sound effects on stream. Sid?
Bro, Sid's dead.
No, Sid said something. They went,
Yeah, and then they just kind of went back to being
Try
silent.
Yeah.
listening.
Yeah, you're
not
the
hear
sound.
it?
No, we don't.
Hear what?
Oh,
The
my
soundboard on
gosh,
stream. We
again?
don't
Are
hear
you
it.
kidding me?
Why do you think I've been guessing where the quack is?
Oh my gosh.
I legit haven't heard anything. Huh?
They played Metal Pipe.
Oh.
And the only reason I knew about that is because I was looking at stream chat. So I could
Yeah, I'm
bully
not
Sid
even-
again if Ko-Fi Bot showed up and they didn't say
I'm
hi
not
to
even
Ko-Fi Bot.
in Sid's stream, so I'm watching my own. It shows up and decides, hey, how are you? No? So, like, I'm just, I'm on my own.
I'm surprised Cheese Beagle didn't say hi to you.
Well, Cheese is busy. Cheese is a dad, you know? I'm not gonna expect him to come on my stream every time.
Well,
I
no,
wouldn't
it
expect him to
exists.
come on your stream either.
What?
Oh my god, I'm gonna.
Sid, I don't know why you're flabbergasted when this is just my natural state of being.
Literally, I accidentally picked up a band-aid.
Sound alert.
Also,
Monitor and out. I have
why
monitor
does
and
Sid
output
get the
on.
Sid gets the purple streaming logo on their Discord, but you don't, Mateo. You get nothing.
Probably
Yeah, but that's
their
because
Discord isn't hooked up.
My Discord
Oh.
is legit hooked up to my PlayStation, but it doesn't register unless I'm on my laptop.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also, reason I had Instars in Time in the same cart as Silk Song was because I was trying to skip the system and just get Silk Song under the radar, even though I know that's not gonna work, but I tried it nonetheless.
That's wild.
But I don't regret it. I like Instars in Time, which y'all should play. And Sid,
No.
Mateo can now play it on stream.
I can't play it on stream. I can't even do that. Quite literally, it's kind of sad. Tragic.
Not Sid, fuck. Mateo.
Stop
So
calling me Sid.
it's because I'm trying to say Salem Cat at the same time. But no, you like mouthwashing, right?
Yeah.
What do you like about mouthwashing? Do you like that the character's dialogue actually sounds like something people would say and not just exposition?
I like that, and I also like the character designs. Except for Jimmy. Jimmy's. I also
What?
like the characters, but not Jimmy. Everything about Jimmy. Everything
Okay,
will
I got a
say.
question. I got a
Valid,
question.
but Jimmy. What?
So, I heard people say Jimmy sexualized that one girl.
Yeah,
Sexually
Anya.
assaulted her. Yeah.
Yeah, Anya. Yeah. She ends up pregnant in the game with Jimmy.
Was it they just had sex and she didn't like it afterwards, or did she just get sexually assaulted?
Second option.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it's foreshadowed. It's like you can tell based off like little hints and everything throughout the game. It's pretty. The game is good. Good game.
Yeah, no. In Stars in Time doesn't have any exposition really. I think it has like one scene of it, but all the characters feel real, and it's nice. And Sid isn't talking because they're trying to fix their stream.
Yeah. The
Hashtag
stream is
Sid
broken.
Scuff.
Imagine having a scuff stream. Couldn't be.
Why does it
What do you mean?
Why is
What?
it working?
It's just like being
You're-
schizophrenic. What's wrong with me being schizophrenic?
I was about to say you're the definition of scuff stream.
I am not. My streams are working fine on my PlayStation. I don't want to hear that.
Yet your people can't hear us.
Yeah, because PlayStation says not.
What the fuck? What the fuck? It's not working. Refresh. Refresh. Please. Please. Where's literally everything? Where's Discord? Hello? Hello?
So I'm kind of.
Hello?
Sid did the reconnecting noise.
Nothing's
Sid?
wanting to work?
Oh. Oh yeah, you heard that right. It's all over the screen.
What?
What?
Oh my god, that's what it says in the chat. In the Danny's
What?
World chat. Yeah.
It's what do you mean it's all over the screen? What?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know, but
Damn.
it's so funny.
Banned. I need you to say banned. Mateo just spelled banned in the chat.
What the fuck?
Okay, how do I spell band, gang?
What do you mean, how do you spell banned?
I was joking. Damn, I know how to spell band. Jeez.
I doubt it.
Figure out how to- I'm trying to figure out how to work this, but it's like not working. And it's like, what's going on? What do I do? What do I do? Why is it not working? Sound alert.
You want to know what would be really funny?
Fucking what?
That
What?
on Halloween, you should change your PNG tuber. Like, the only thing you change about it, you just give it photorealistic eyes.
Ew. Disgusting.
Or I could do something like the. Hold up. Let me.
Happened in September when everything dark and I just read
Wait.
in September at the one
Editing.
but after the fall.
Y'all are
Said
gonna
you
love
should go
this. Y'all are
bald.
gonna
Go bald.
Y'all are gonna love
Yes.
this. Y'all love it. We're just gonna have the hair right here.
No, just put it up. Just put it slightly above your head.
Guys, I think I'm banned from Steam. I
What?
think they banned from Steam. That's what Just Paul
What?
said. That's
Oh.
what Just Paul said.
Oh shit.
I think they. That's tragic.
How do you get banned from Steam?
Unless I mean stream. I don't know.
Oh. Correct.
There we go. There you go.
Obsidian the Bald Boy, is that you?
Obsidian the bald boy.
Crazy.
I'm bald, guys.
I'm coming to the elevator. I'm on my way.
I've just been dead this entire time.
I died
Yeah, I
on
know.
floor like 6 or something. I don't care.
Should I die? Should I die or should I just keep going?
Doesn't
What if
matter.
we Make like a private server for like just like the viewers or something. The viewers and us. To
Yeah.
play.
Wait, Sid. On your Discord server, do you have like a clips?
Whee!
Yeah, I have a
area?
clips and highlights channel.
Where is it?
It's
Photo
in the
clips and
Discord.
highlights. There we go.
It's in the Discord.
I
Yay!
found it.
Homie, it's in the Discord.
I
You
found
gotta
it.
Just look with your eyes.
I don't have
more
eyes.
Context on the banned thing. Me looking? What? Did you get banned on Twitch or
Well, Aaron told me to say banned, so I said banned.
like the
All I
entire
said
Oh, hi,
Twitch,
Pyro.
or did you get banned
Hi,
on my
Pyro.
channel? I don't think you got banned
How are
on
you
my
doing?
channel.
No, we're just
Pebble!
Oh my gosh!
Sid, we were just saying banned because someone said they got it all over their screen.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god.
that's Pebble.
Oh my
I
god.
forgot it's Pebble's
Oh my
day.
god.
Why?
Oh
yeah,
my god.
you know what? Note to
Oh
self,
my god.
we don't play Dandy's World
Oh
on a Pebble Day.
Oh my god.
Bro's
Oh my god.
terrified.
Oh my, I'm out of stamina.
Well, this the end, boys.
Maybe. I don't know.
I just went on a like, boom, Ginger's forehead.
Crazy.
I boxed in.
That was horrifying.
Oh, oh, oh.
I was like, I wonder who's here. I heard
Oh.
stompies and I'm like, oh,
Oh.
wait.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit, bro! Had a fucking. Oh shit! Oh, that's terrifying. I zoomed into them and then it's just boom.
I love the clip of Obsidian the Bald Boy.
Obsidian the ball. It's just gonna be a. I need to have that as like a channel redemption thingy, honestly.
Absolutely. That'd be beautiful.
We
Also, Sid, you should stream Undertale one day.
You know I did the pacifist route, right?
Yeah, I mean the genocide route.
I feel bad.
You said you wanted to do it.
I'd feel bad.
You should totally do it.
though.
Why? I don't. I just do it.
I
I
care
still
need to be
about
sad.
them. I care about the characters.
I do too. Yeah,
have
I
too
am
much
doing
empathy.
genocide.
No. See, Sid,
Get rid of
I will
those
never do the
options.
weird route on Deltarune.
Oh,
The
shit.
genocide route on Undertale is fair game, though. Because
Plus, also, I would not be able to get past Sans. I'm not gonna lie. I would not be able to.
no,
get past
you
Sans.
get
I can't either.
after a while, you just memorize his attack patterns and he's easy as fuck.
That is a bullcrap lie, and you know it.
It's not. I've memorized all of his attacks,
Man,
I'm
Pebble
rusty
and
at it,
Blackout,
yes.
Though.
but I can
Damn.
beat him easily.
Literally, and stamina or either.
Listen,
Oh,
Mateo.
listen, thank
I
you.
I can beat the Roaring
Oh
Knight.
shit, they're dead.
Oh no! Literally.
No. Tried
Right.
spamming my bog. Oh.
Aww.
Oh, you just see Pebble in the background of that. That's terrifying.
Where's Ko-Fi Bot when you need him?
Ko-Fi Bot's gonna be soon. I think I have it for like every 30 minutes or something.
Probably.
Oh no.
Dude, I'd love to just look up the game that we're gonna go to, but it has
Bro
a
literally
weird
got
name
hit
that
of a
isn't
party
the
hat
actual
all
name.
the way in his mouth.
Leave my
Bro's
party hat
literally,
out of
like,
this.
chopping your head and your party hat.
My
Bro's
party-
like, I like party
my-
hats.
Leave my party hat out of
Bro just wants to eat the party hat. That's all he wants to eat. But you won't let him.
Sid, did you play Obby that rhymes with Grug?
No, that was me. And Vitals.
What?
Wish I were lying about that, by the way.
I also wish I was lying about that, but I joined them one day and I got so annoyed by just hearing it rhymes with Grug.
Grug.
Dying rhymes with Grug. Obby that rhymes with Grug. Grug that rhymes with Grug.
Am I the last one alive? Oh,
Yes.
no, I see
No,
Bob.
it's
Shut
you,
up.
Boxton.
Yeah. Oh my god, Brusha, no, I'm trying to... Oh, Pebble, no, Pebble, no, sweetheart, no.
How much you want to bet? I give it like a week and someone's gonna
Thank
put
you, Go-Fi
put
Bot.
cell phone on Roblox.
I'm dead.
Well, no more get to the elevator.
Literally no more get to elevator, I'm dead.
I'm just imagining Bro with like the fearful face. The
Literally.
no, the face that's like
Voice tired for the memes.
Oh, hi,
Oh,
Ko-Fi
yeah.
Bot.
I already said. Aren't we gonna play like something evil will happen or for sake?
Yeah, but I can't
Yeah.
find the game, so that's on
It's fine.
me.
I have it.
Fine.
I have it in my continue. Don't worry. I'll get to it.
Hurry it up. Oh my god.
Sorry, I was on Dandy's World. Okay, now I'm hopping onto it. Don't mind Grow Garden. Okay,
Oh,
shush.
crap.
Oh gosh.
Do not go on Grow
Grow
Garden.
Don't go on Grow Garden.
I'm not on Grow Garden. Give me a minute though. I gotta get to no PvP.
I'm gonna divorce you if you go on Grow Garden.
I'm not on
Y'all
Grow
are
Garden. We're not even married.
Are you ready?
No.
I love how
Are you
out
ready
of
for a second
everything.
Okay,
video?
now you can. Yes, now you
Okay.
can.
You want to know what's so funny? Out of everything, Mateo doesn't even listen to that. I'm gonna get it. Like, I'm getting there. Sid is like, y'all are
Y'all
married?
are married?
What? No, I heard that part and I said no, we aren't.
I mean, y'all gotta.
Yeah, after
y'all
the
kinda gotta be
fact.
married to get a divorce.
We're not
No.
even married.
A divorce means a legal break of a contract involving two people.
Yeah, that's
In the
not even
simplest
us.
of terms. I'm breaking our legal contract of chocolate because I don't eat chocolate.
I don't either.
Oh. I will never divorce garlic bread.
Oh, I want some more garlic. I want some garlic bread in general.
Dude,
That sounds
I had
so
garlic
good.
bread with my pizza. Why are you bald? Almost bald? No, they're just bald.
I'm just bald.
What? Are you guys even in my server?
I am.
Everything is loading
Ow.
because of this.
Because of this.
It became bald after Pebble showed up.
I went bald after Pebble.
Wild.
I thought we were chill. No!
What?
I fell. I was next to a Tails. They picked up a sword and tried to kill me. But no, I
keep
killed
forgetting that
myself.
I'm a blocks. I'm a blocks.
You're a
I'm
block?
a block. Where are you?
Oh,
Oh,
hi,
there's
Sid.
indecisive.
Whee!
You're
I don't know
very...
what I was gonna say. Oh, there it is.
Gay.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Oh. What's the button?
Why am I orange? What the hell?
Said you're on keyboard. What's the button?
B. I don't know if any of these songs are copyright. They shouldn't be, because they're on Roblox. What the fuck? What the fuck?
What in the Squid Game song?
It's not even that, man.
Wait. I forgot their name. OKKO.
My arms!
OKKO.
Oh my god!
OKKO. OKKO.
OKKO?
I forgot their name.
Who?
It's OKKO though. It's from OKKO.
Which one?
The one I'm dancing with. Just Val.
Oh.
Really? Nice.
Why is someone's avatar that one Roblox girl, Minecraft girl?
Who? Where?
The
Wild.
one you're dancing
No,
with,
it's
Sid.
from OKKO.
It is?
Oh, tsunami.
Oh, it's a tsunami.
Sid, let's go to the Ferris wheel. Mateo, you left without me.
Yeah.
I'm in the
Good luck.
thingy. Oh gosh, they're just running. Oh shit. Ooh.
There we go.
We're gonna die, by the way.
Why do you think we're gonna die?
Yeah, why do you think
Because we're gonna lose the Ferris wheel.
Oh, I got knocked off by bullshit. Why did it start shaking?
I'm at the top of the world.
Hi, Sid.
Okay.
Y'all are fun if you end up staying at the top of the Ferris wheel.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Well, there I go.
Oh wait, did you just fall?
Yeah. Now I'm drowning.
Sid, are you on top of the tower?
Yeah.
And you didn't tell us there was a tower?
There's a tower.
Oh, now you tell us. Oh,
Yeah.
now we get told.
Mateo, I bet
See,
you'll never
I get-
find me.
Wait,
Oh.
the tower fell! The tower fell!
They hit the towers!
Oh my god, I
That's
survived
crazy.
and then immediately died. Oh my gosh. Oh my
Crazy.
gosh. I survived and then immediately died.
That's wild.
Mateo, I bet you can never find me. I'm so hidden.
Do I want to
Why
find
are
you?
on top of a tree? You're freaking the fuck out, bro.
That's funny.
I love how many times I just kick Sid in the face.
Oh, acid rain.
Oh man.
Oh.
Guys, let's all have a picnic.
Oh my god, what happened to the Ferris wheel?
Oh my gosh! Oh my god, it's going crazy. What is going on?
That Ferris wheel is tweaking out.
It's tweaking out.
Oh,
This
it's
is a
fixed.
nice picnic. This is a very nice picnic. Oh,
Sid,
fuck. I'm getting in the Ferris wheel.
Why?
I'm
See, while
safe.
everyone's suffering, I'm doing fine.
Holy shit.
Why would
Oh,
you
fuck,
trust
stop
the
her.
Ferris wheel?
Oh, why am I green? Why is it green? There we go.
I'm
Because
chilling.
acid touched it, dummy. It's gonna vanish soon.
Dude, I'm in a cable car and my cable car is
I wanna
chilling.
get flung. I wanna get flung.
Wait, are
I'm chilling under a
the
tree.
trees like invulnerable?
Kinda.
I'll hop off at that stop, I guess, when I see you.
I'm just vibing with the trees.
I'm just vibing here.
Hi.
What's up? Hey. I look like a stalker.
You do. I was scared.
Yeah. We're scared because I'm
I'm
here.
just vibing now. What's up? What's up, guys?
I don't
Where
even know
are
where you
you?
are. Oh.
I'm on the Ferris wheel.
Why?
I
First just been on the
survived.
Ferris wheel.
Huh? You stuffed your emote.
I
What
didn't
are you
purchase anything,
doing?
no proof. I
Sid,
didn't
what are
purchase
you-
anything.
What are you doing?
I don't know, but be scared.
Why are you?
Be
Why
scared.
are you being weird?
We're doing Wipeout!
Oh
shit.
no!
I'm bad at this.
I remember I died on the first, like on the slide, the first time I did it.
Whee!
Why did I lose so
Oh,
much
there I go.
health?
I'm dead.
That's because you slide and break your
Immediately.
bone.
Oh, I can't see. Oh well.
I died immediately.
Yeah, I know, Sid. I know. Don't worry.
What's up, Doc?
What's up?
Oh, did Aaron die too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
When?
I couldn't see you because people were
Oh,
running
you're just
all
dead.
on the sides of
They
me.
died immediately.
So I just. Are you just breaking your emote so you can slide her?
It's an actual emote. It's an actual emote. They're just looking at me, watching me. Whee! What are you doing? I'm scared. City Slice. Big crushing thing that chases you while the stars fall. Ah! Oh my god! What the fuck? Ah! Oh my god! Ow! I broke my bones. Get the fuck out. Owie! Ah! Oh
Their
my
stream is
gosh.
that? Sid.
Sid, you good?
Maybe? I don't
The
know.
answer is no.
Am I good?
No.
Oh. I'm in a car with Brian.
Who the fuck is Brian?
I don't fucking know.
I don't think.
Who is
I don't.
Brian?
Yeah.
I'm scared of the
I thought you was Brian. Did you go watch it?
I'll just drown. No, I haven't. Driving in my car right after.
Right after a beer.
Ooh, we just got hit by a
Up
storm.
is shaped like a deer. D-U-Y, I love
Ow.
how you die. I'll go 100 miles an hour.
Little did you know.
Oh,
I
hey,
filled
Sid.
up on gas.
We need to. Oh,
Ow.
we need to move
Whee! Ow.
because there was a block above us.
Teehee.
Tee.
Where are my clothes? Okay, there they are.
What?
Hello?
Whoa!
Sid, you can't be saying that
Disappeared.
shit.
They
That's wild.
disappeared.
What is Tails the Fox doing here?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm vibing though.
Oh, I should probably charge my phone. It's at 10%.
Hey, Mateo, it's that one indie guy. That
I
you
know.
like
I forgot his
that
name
goes-
too. I
that
love
goes,
him.
Am I right, lads, or am I right, lads?
Am I wrong?
I know, I
lads,
love
or
that
am
cos-
I right?
Oh, let me out. So I found a car. Oh,
I'm on top of a building.
Mateo, get in.
Nah, I'm good.
Mateo, get in.
Nah, I'm good.
Mateo, get in.
What the fuck?
Mateo, get
I
in.
broke my
Nah, I'm
head,
good.
guys.
Ow! Bro's running me over. Ow, Aaron.
Get in.
You're running me over. No.
Oh my
Yeah, that's what I thought.
died.
Lose your car.
I died, guys. I died.
Oh, look, another car.
Oh my god.
Oh, Mateo.
I got
Oh,
outed.
Aaron.
I'm drowning. Oh, wait.
Bro got squished.
Oh, I'm on 1. I'm living on 1 HP. Let's fucking go.
Oh shit.
This
I
block
broke
is
my-
the block was actively chasing me. What
Why is
happened?
bro laughing? Why is bro laughing?
Sid, no.
He said yes.
Sid, no. Sid, why would you
I'm
do
scared.
this? Sid, you need help.
I did a thing. I did a thing.
I'm scared.
Be scared. Be scared.
I am very scared, yeah.
Why would you do this to us, Sid?
This is a blood blizzard.
Sid.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's
I
Sid.
did a thing.
Mateo, come meet me in the diner.
No!
Why not?
I'm already in my hiding house spot. I'm not going to no diner. Ow. I'm not going to no diner.
Would you like to buy anything?
No.
Why do you look drunk? Would you like to buy anything?
Yeah, one non-fuck you. Mhm.
Let's see if we have that. We don't have that, unfortunately. You'll have. Whoa! There's a hole in the roof.
What did you
See, this one,
expect?
my diner was better.
Stop.
And this is about how the rock SMG went.
Ow.
Whoa.
You know exactly what I mean.
My fucking shop.
I'm fine where I am. Sid, come over to where I am.
I'm cold.
Sid, come
I don't
over
think
to where
can
I...
move.
Rip.
You can. You would just be slow.
I survived.
Somehow. Look at your health.
Literally.
We somehow survived.
Bro's health is dead.
How about don't do that?
Risky.
What are you doing?
Huh?
He's tweaking out.
Who's tweaking out? You? Yeah, I know.
What's new? Time
Ugh.
bomb.
Ow.
What is this
Acid
one?
rain.
Oh, it's super rain.
Acid rain. Acid rain.
It's acid rain and lasers.
Yeah, so probably dead. Ow.
Owie, 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 ow.
I said.
I.
Sid's dead.
Yep.
Died to trauma.
Why did they become white? Sid, why are you white?
Hello?
Sid became white.
I don't know where my
You can't be
clothes
asking
went
that.
for a second.
What the fuck?
Sid is
I
just
legitimately don't know where
white.
my clothes went. They went somewhere I
White.
don't know.
What is happening?
I don't think I'm living this one. Mateo, it's literally just you, me, and Brian.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm motherfucking
dead.
sweating.
I
Oh,
got.
God. Oh god.
I-
Oh god. No, please. No, please. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Ah! I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I was so close. I was so close.
What the fuck? Why are you looking at me like that?
What?
You're looking at me so.
I'm not doing anything.
Guys, I have exactly 999 of whatever the dollar is called.
Yes, I found it. Perfect timing.
Mad murder.
Oh no.
Mad murder.
Just murder mystery.
Ooh.
Darn.
Oh my god, guys, I'm the murderer.
Oh my god, really?
Innocent.
Ow.
Why are you the sheriff?
I don't know. No, I'm innocent actually. I'm innocent.
Okay, well, I'm coming to murder you.
Okay. Hey, what's up, Sid?
Hi.
Hi.
Hey,
going?
hey, Mateo. Oh. Actually, Sid's easier to get to.
Ah! No! Help me!
Oh my
I'm
god.
just gonna run and I'm just gonna keep on running.
Who shot me?
I did.
You fucking bitch. I was trolling Sid.
What?
That's so rude.
Mateo's dead.
I'm dead too.
Yeah. Sid,
Was there
Sid,
multiple
Sid.
murders?
No.
Yeah, Sid. Aw.
I love how my arms will always be broken during emotes.
I refuse to sync up with you,
We're
gang.
not synced up, bro.
I said I refuse.
Bro, sync up at least.
No!
Sync up.
I don't know how. I don't.
Right now. No, not now.
No, it's not. You're such a liar.
It's such a nice song too.
Rar.
I don't know. I kind of vibe into this one more.
You just like the weirdness of it.
Yeah.
Wait, if only 2 people survived, where is everyone else?
I don't know. I
Mm.
think it's just the 4 of us plus them.
6 of us.
If
Okay,
there's
so
2
2
others.
people are just hiding. There were 6 of us, Mateo. Count, buddy.
It wasn't even me. That was Sid.
You're the one that said 5, right?
No, that was Sid.
Sid.
Why are you putting
Why'd
it on
you
me?
make Mateo count wrong?
I didn't do anything.
Tsunami
This is
and
her-
Lightning Fury.
This is bullying.
On this map, where are we
This
supposed to
is
go?
bullying.
On
Owie.
genuinely, where are we supposed to go on this map?
Oh, I fucking missed that.
I'm going to drown at this rate. No, I'm just dead. Where are you
Bro,
supposed to go
trauma.
on that map?
Look where I am, guys.
How do you even get up there?
I'll use my floaty.
Oh. Oh yeah.
No, but
Time to
seriously,
get down.
instead of just going to the mast, which
I just
you're
got
gonna get
hit in
lightning
the
strike back.
head.
Ow. Me too.
This is scary.
You're scary.
I'm scared. Me and my rubber duck
What?
floaty are scared.
2 seconds.
Oh shoot.
Hey.
Down I go.
We're scared. We're really
Good, shut up.
scared.
Me too.
Ooh.
Oh. Yippee! Where am I?
Down under.
Yeah, well, no kidding, but where? Oh, there we go.
6 feet under.
Shut up. You
Sid,
don't count.
your mod is abusing his privileges and he's being a bully.
Lol, imagine.
Wild.
L loser.
Wow. I'm reporting you to Steam.
Hi, Brian.
Wait, what was the disaster? I didn't read it.
Starfall.
Oh, y'all want to come to the prison?
What?
There's a prison.
Oh! Oh my god,
Oh, that was awesome.
What happened?
We got yeeted. That was bloody hilarious. Ow, Sid.
Ow.
Oh god,
Oh,
Sid,
sh-
live. Live, Sid.
Wait,
Sid, stop. Sid, stop
I'm
moving.
jumping.
Stop moving!
guys, I...
Scared.
Jesus Christ, mate.
No balls.
Wait.
Oh, Sid's dying.
I wouldn't be surprised if Silk Song actually went for the year.
Did you see that?
Oh, what's happening? Oh, in the water I go.
Did you see me just get like jump up and then I just fucking face planted into the ground?
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Women. No. Why? Women. No. Why?
Men.
No. Why?
Why? That's called jazz.
Your name is Jazz. Stay out of their path.
What is this? Oh shit.
Run for your life. That's what it is.
Why would you stand right there?
Well, I was also trying to run another one, but it's okay. I don't really mind. I'm here to vibe.
Ooh, this is terrifying.
Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum.
I died.
Nice.
Did it land on top of me? Is that what happened? I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
So, Mateo, do you
Oh, shit.
still simp over soap?
Yeah. So?
No, I agree.
Get away from
But
me.
Solid Snake is better.
Mm-hmm.
Sid,
What?
pick snake or soap.
I don't know. Am I the only one
It-
alive?
Yeah.
I died because I wasn't looking.
I survived! I'm the only survivor, guys. I'm goated.
What are you doing?
I was eating some tasty Cheez-It. What is happening?
Fuck you, ban. Ban.
Oh,
I
was
have
it a
not had a
bot?
single. Yeah. I have not had a single bot show up on my stream yet.
I have them show up all the time.
I keep forgetting you're streaming. Okay.
It's okay. I forgive you.
Oh, there are balls. Don't get touched by the balls.
More like don't get shot at, but yeah. Basically.
Like, what do you mean don't get shot at? Those are balls.
Don't get shot at.
Fucking scared.
Hi, Sid. I want to go up there.
Oh, hey, what's up? Bye bye.
Oh,
Did you just call me a hoe?
Ow.
I said.
Bro totally did call you a hoe.
I said, oh.
I know, I'm just messing with you. Ow. That hurt. Hey guys.
There are white.
What's up,
I'm putting
guys?
white shit everywhere.
What?
What's up guys? I'm the new guy, I'm the best.
What the fuck are you doing? Why are you
Putting
walking?
white shit everywhere. Help.
That's what
Don't
you
do
for
it.
calling me.
Hello?
What? I thought.
What?
I think the roof caved in on us.
I think so too.
I survived.
How did I live?
It's not even that hard of a one, you just
I
dodge.
don't know.
You
I
dodge
didn't
and
dodge
weave.
shit.
I didn't really either, I'm not gonna.
I got hit by like everything.
I dodged everything.
What can I purchase?
Avoid the
UFO invasion.
games.
Oh, hey Aaron.
Oh, I
saw you
fell.
through the wall. I saw him through the wall.
Guys, I fell through the map.
Ow! I'm gonna die to trauma.
Yippee! I
Ow.
died.
Ow! Trauma! Ah!
Oh,
Well, I did.
there's so many.
Huh?
There's so many.
Right. I did die to trauma.
Balls.
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 Balls. Why
Hey,
can't I
Sid.
purchase?
Sid, you know what you should do right now?
What?
Why can't I purchase?
Okay.
Aw.
Oh look, it's my
Lame.
family coming to visit Earth. Tell your family not to kill me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Wild.
I love me and Sid are both dragons. Mateo is a gambler. We have a character from
Sure am.
OKKO and apparently an alien.
Oh my gosh, I'm the only survivor.
I fell off the map immediately, so I didn't.
Tragic.
I probably should not have talked while I was drinking. While I was actively drinking.
Stupid.
Okay, I'll
Choke.
like that. Like,
You're gonna
That's
be like
wild.
Mateo, you're gonna choke on it.
pause.
What? What are you talking about?
You choked on corn, they choked on their drink. They choked on it. Simple.
Oh, yeah, I mean, fair enough. It got me there. We gotta survive this flood, gang.
Where's the highest point we can even get to?
Totally not where I
This,
am.
pretty much.
I don't think we're living.
I don't either. Fish. Fish. Fish.
Fish.
Fish.
Fish.
Fish.
Oh, it's not raising anymore.
Fish.
Yeah, no.
Fish.
The music. That's called jazz.
Hey, why
They
is
just
this
got
place
smacked by a fish.
shaking?
Yeah.
Owie.
What's shaking?
I just got smacked
We're
by a
shaking.
fish.
This place is shaking.
Yeah?
No, it's not.
I like how I
You're
can just
tripping.
look over and I'm still bald.
Bro hasn't fixed it.
I'm still bald, guys. I Surprise!
Sid, you should just do an entire stream where you're bald.
Crazy.
And no, Sid, you should do an entire stream where you're bald and you choose the worst tunes and still outlive everybody on your team.
That's crazy.
Just have Louis with like break in the.
I love how you
it's
keep
Wipeout
breaking every
again.
time I do that.
Damn.
What?
I love how every time I just go crazy, you decide to like stop talking for half a second. Dying already? That's new.
I literally walked into it. That's my bad. Gosh, I don't want to
Oh,
buy
shit.
Josh.
Ooh.
Damn, I can't even afford VIP. Tragic. What can I buy?
This way?
Where's
This lag is gonna kill me.
This lag's also gonna
Yep,
kill
nope.
me.
The lag,
Oh,
dude.
God.
The propeller teleported into my
I fell.
spine.
I fell.
Did I make it the furthest?
No,
I think I did.
made it the furthest.
Did you get to the big spinner?
The helix?
Yeah.
Yeah, I made it past that. I made it to like
You
the
got-
little.
You made it to-
barrels. Me and one other person made it to there.
To the first barrel or the second barrel?
Oh, I'm broke. Damn.
Did you get to the first barrels or the second barrels?
There's like 2 sets of them.
Yeah. Which one were you at?
I don't know.
Bro doesn't know. Glorious.
Glorious
Ra-
rain.
Lightning Fury, Laser. What else?
Oh.
Get out of bed. There's rain. It's raining. No, my car.
Y'all should come to my cabin.
Okay. Ow. Oh, orbital strike. Okay, great. Ow.
Driving in my car right after.
Right after a beer.
Hey, that bump is shaped like a deer. D-U-I.
Oh my God.
How about you die? My fucking car! What happened to my car?
It got wrecked. Sorry, mate.
Well, okay, if I stand still for 2 seconds, a laser just appears on top of me.
My ribs!
Mine too, don't worry. Ow.
My fucking car! I was just trying to run one of my viewers. I was just trying to run one of my viewers over.
Hey, I lived
Crazy.
somehow.
That's crazy.
I don't know how I lived, but I lived, bitch.
I kind of want to play Forsaken. I'm gonna get addicted to it.
At least it's not Grow Garden.
Yeah.
At least it's not Grow Garden.
Why can't I join your
True, true.
emo?
I don't know. I've been trying to.
Yeah. You don't get to.
Oh man. Run from the tilting. I remember
Sid.
playing this on
Yeah.
Cool Math Games.
Ow.
Sorry, get
Brad
in.
just ran me over with his car.
Get in.
I'm not getting it. You ran me over.
I was trying to get you in the car.
Bro ran me over and expects something from me. Well, wild.
Sid, get in.
I'm in.
Woo!
Run. Drive faster. Turn.
Where do you want me to go?
Well, there goes Aaron.
I'm frozen. What the hell? I'm frozen.
Whee.
Roblox stopped working.
Perfect park. Oh no.
Roblox stopped
Is it
working.
gonna
What
cra-
the hell? I'm crashing.
Is
Roblox
it
is
crashing?
crashing.
Oh
Is this
my
the end of
god.
Sid's stream?
Roblox game client
Literally.
not responding. Wait for it to respond. Fuck you.
Oh
This-
no.
This is the end of Sid's stream.
Just look at the post I've got on my stream. I did an epic
This is crazy.
juke, and it's just like Roblox is gonna crash now. Jeez, I can't believe you.
It's because you're not
Well-
bald enough.
Since it crashed, I'm gonna go on first.
Do you want me to be more bald? Do you want me to go
Yes.
like this?
No, you're already bald as is. You're already bald. Just
No, more bald.
more bald. Okay.
Yes, show us that receding hairline.
Shut the fuck up.
Receding hairline.
I think it's already receded.
Literally.
Like
was
this
bald.
shit is like all the way back here. That is 4 fucking fingers.
Girl.
That's wild. How much is mine?
Wait, Sid, can I buy you a peek real quick?
Wait, does it start at the eyebrows?
I do it at my eyebrows.
Mine's also 4.
It's still frozen.
Oh no.
I'm gonna close it
Wait.
and then try to
Yeah, I get you, mate.
the reflection. The reflection.
Thy reflection shall. Wait, slot machines. Oh hell yeah, I'd like to gamble. Nothing like gambling my life away even.
Oh no, I'm 2
Yeah,
pennies
yeah,
off from
yeah.
buying Sid peek. Oh well.
Okay, Roblox,
Tragic.
are you gonna work with me? Are you gonna work with me?
Say no, say no.
Did I heard gambling?
Yeah.
No.
Is there like a gambling simulator?
I don't know, that'd be funny though.
Probably.
Roblox, open up.
I think there is actually.
Just open.
I think you just gotta look up like something with casino in it or something.
Roblox isn't opening.
One sec.
Bro broke Roblox.
What's up? What's up?
Why is there a
I
gambling
just got
machine right there?
flashbanged.
Nah.
I just got
Why is there?
flashbanged.
By what?
Roblox
Oh, rip. Could it be me?
on stream too.
Tragic. Could it be me? I'm just vibing with my empty chat.
Yippee!
Yippee!
When is Threadville gonna get an update?
I don't know. It's been a while since they announced chapter 2.
Yeah. Let's do some epic gaming, guys.
Hey, you're back. You're on Forsaken.
Yeah. You missed me getting flashbanged.
Tragic.
Bop, 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 bop. Da, da, da.
Good. You're my man. Show up. Ooh, ain't no love in my man.
Let's just skip this.
Ain't no love in my man. Do up, do up. Ain't no love in my man. Do up. That's not impressed.
What happened?
Do up. Ain't no love in my man. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, Sid, are you playing Forsaken?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Is this gonna
Okay.
work?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Hey, okay. How the modding community is gonna get to Silk Song.
Oh, probably hella fast.
I remember at the time I went out in the rain to buy something quick, and a ray of out of nowhere flashbanged you.
Oh, what the hell?
Like a ray of sunlight?
Like that? Like that?
What was that?
Like that?
Ow! Why did I get murdered so fast? Damn, what did I do? Wait, oh, hey, what's up?
Oh, hey, what's up? What's up?
Hey. I died.
You died? Imagine.
Yeah.
Hey Mateo, in this Christmas I'm probably gonna buy myself Cyberpunk for my Switch.
Don't get Cyberpunk.
What's wrong with Cyberpunk?
It's not gonna work. Trust me, it's a very broken game. I'm living my man.
Oh. I thought they fixed Cyberpunk already.
No, it's still just a very broken game.
Oh. Dude, everyone thinks GTA 6 is gonna do what Silksong and Deltarune did to Steam, and you know what? I highly doubt it. I don't think people are gonna be willing to shell out $150 for that game.
Really? It's gonna be that much?
Yeah, they wanted to charge $150 for the game.
I'm not paying $150 for a game.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. And then they were like, oh, but you could rent it for like $15 an hour.
No, that's even worse. Might as well buy the whole entire goddamn game.
Exactly.
Not paying $15 an hour for a game. That's so stupid.
Listen, they want to crash every gaming market like Silksong and Deltarune, dude. Just put your game at like $60 and everyone will buy it.
Ayo.
Literally. No need to have it at like 150. That's just a ripoff.
Hell, I'm sorry if Pokemon was like, oh, we're gonna charge $100 for the next Pokemon game. I'd be like, excuse you?
Is everyone dying?
It better give me a good gourmet dinner afterwards. This is what the book.
Play Forsaken. Long time I don't play Roblox. Yeah, there's.
Oh,
It's so loud. Oh my god, it's so
it is very loud.
Just turn your game volume down. What do you need?
Oh, I was trying to turn the. Guess not.
What do you need?
Jesus Christ, then where's the volume?
All you asked for was your computer!
Oh. Music volume. And.
Oh my god, it's a kitty.
Hey, Sid, Mateo, pick. Should I blow up the world or blow up myself?
What?
None?
Should I go boom, the world go boom?
Oh my god, I broke my game.
Just crashing.
I broke my game. I guess I'll leave it at 40.
Damn.
What happened?
I broke my game. It's
How'd you
okay,
break
we're
it?
fine. I don't want to talk about it.
I don't know how to play this game. I'm sorry, y'all. There's
Dude,
no
it's
jump.
fine. Yeah, no, we don't get to jump. It's like Dead by Daylight. You're not supposed to jump.
I've never played Dead by Daylight.
I don't know how to relate it to Dandy's World. Sorry.
What is this? I have
don't
a
know.
Bloxy Cola.
That gives you more, I think. Again, I'm not entirely sure, so.
Oh!
Oh, I fucked up.
You.
Ain't no love in my heart. Ain't no
Is that you?
love. If you see an alien, it's me.
Oh. I didn't see an
You-
alien.
Ow!
You are an alien.
What?
You heard me.
I mean,
gonna
I
avoid
mean,
that.
yeah, but oh,
There we go. I made Sid.
What did you make me?
I just made Sid. That's all.
You made me.
Yeah.
I'm scared. What did you make me? Did you make me a sandwich?
no,
Okay,
I
what's
don't,
up?
I don't know. Oh shoot!
What?
Oh my god!
What?
I can't make
Don't-
you something you already are.
Don't worry about it.
Well, now
Ow.
I'm gonna worry about it.
Oh my
No,
god!
no,
Oh
don't
my
worry about
God. I'm here running for my life. Ah, I'm dead.
Sid did an entire generator by themselves while you were done.
I did
Literally.
an entire generator by my. Oh. I didn't realize there was a first-person mode.
You are ugly.
Dude, how do I? Hold on, I'm gonna leave and rejoin. My game broke.
Damn.
fix it
Not
somehow.
Mateo ditching you.
My game broke,
I'm
and first of all, I died.
Is there supposed to be another generator?
If you did if all 5 are done, no, you just gotta survive timer runs.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's not like Dandy's World.
No,
Why would you say it's like Dandy's World?
because you gotta do generators, and then there's a thing trying to kill you. All right, I don't know. That's how I compare it.
Ooh,
That's up.
a Bloxy Cola. No, I can't fucking pick it up.
No.
You already have one.
Why do I hear
If they want-
loud music?
That's
I don't know.
What do I do? He's running at me.
Run away.
I am scared. What do I do? I'm scared. This is scary.
God damn it. Just shit.
I'm dead.
How were you supposed to survive another 40 seconds?
Literally.
A dodge and weave? I don't know.
No, I feel like once you do all the generators, it should knock down the
Infinite
timer
run
to like
speed?
40 seconds left.
He doesn't
I
have
literally
infinite run
like
speed. What?
I saw his outline and then he just started running at me. Why is that kid dying?
Huh?
I'm hearing the voice chat, kids.
Oh, it's funny because I don't have that.
What the hell?
I don't have that privilege.
I have the privilege.
Sorry, I'm really unobservant.
I don't.
Right now.
So I'm popping off.
Oh, fuck, there's another bot in my chat.
Oh, I haven't gotten a single one, mate.
Sid,
Despite having 0 views.
you should make me a mod. I'm watching your stream.
Ladies.
That is the most-
Ladies.
Ladies, relax.
There's
I'll
another
take care of
stream.
you.
There we go. I'm just making Sid in Twitch again. Because I'm so cool.
This is literally those puzzles that I used to have, like, whenever I was a kid.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this puzzle though. Genuinely, I'm tweaking out over. Oh, there it is.
I don't know.
Imagine.
Why? Why me?
Why not?
Why am I doing this puzzle all on my own?
I was doing the puzzle all. I don't want to hear it, Sid.
Because you're not Papyrus.
Well, fuck you too. I did this puzzle all on my own.
Robux. Yeah. Hi, Pug. Hi, Pug Lord. How are you?
Ooh, it's purple. This is
You don't
purple.
get to say yeah.
I want the purple.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah, no. Genuinely, how are you supposed to live 2 minutes, 3 minutes after you do the generators?
You don't.
I'm scared.
It's because
You-
everyone's dying.
I'm so scared right now.
Shit. My shot failed.
Shaw. Shaw.
Daddy's like a melody.
Oh, there's a machine right here.
Okay, well that's more health. That's great for me. But my weakness is like V freaking. Oh my god! My weakness is bad.
I'm doing a machine right now.
I'm glad you're doing a machine, Sid. You want to know what I'm doing? Surviving. Shit, I'm dead. Got back from class. Oh heck yeah! How was class? I can't fix the stupid volume. It's always too loud or too quiet. I'm gonna. You know what? Where is it? Where's my fucking volumes? I'm turning them down. That was so annoying. Lame. There's being chased, but who what's it? Oh, Sid is Shedlutsky. No one can help you, Sid. Oh, there goes Sid. There goes Shedlutsky. Why's that guy staring at me?
Scary.
There's a.
This kid is trying to talk to you.
What are they saying?
They're saying
I don't
Salem.
speak.
Salem.
What are they? I can't use VC chat. I'm just gonna put.
Bro, I don't think you're old enough to even have VC.
You need to actually be identified with an actual ID. So they probably asked my mom for it.
What is a
What?
Mother bugging you, so I'm just.
This music's so loud.
Yeah, I just turned down my Roblox volume manual.
Anyway.
I don't know what that child wanted,
What
but
is
they
this
were looking
kid
at me.
saying to me?
I don't know, man.
This
I
kid
can't
is
help you.
say- This kid, what the yap?
What
what
the?
the
What does that
yap?
even mean? What's a boncer? I don't
What's a
fucking know. How
boncer?
am I supposed?
What?
I don't know. That's what someone said. That's what someone said in the
I don't
chat,
fucking
man.
know.
Oh, that's what they said. I don't know. How am I supposed to know?
This kid is yapping.
I know they're yapping, but they're near me. I don't know what they want. I can't speak and I can't hear them.
So many times. And you slap
Or are they getting close to me? I'm scared.
What's a bouncer?
They're saying what's a bouncer?
How am I supposed to know what a bouncer?
What woman?
I don't know. How am I supposed to?
I'm
They're
so
gone.
fucking confused right now.
I'll
They're
make a
coughing
Salem.
on you, bro. They're coughing.
Ew. 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 Now I'm gonna get the ill. I'm gonna get the sick. That's
You're gonna get the
disgusting.
COVID?
I'm gonna get the COVID.
Oh, I thought my game had crashed again.
Class was good. That's good. That's good, Pug. That's good. Oh.
This round's killer is slasher.
Why did I just see
Oh,
the
wait, is this you?
Campbell song?
What's
Hey.
up?
What's up? Yeah, that's the basic chance. I'm usually the alien.
It's
It's an
EMT
EMT.
class,
They're
so
over
it's
there, by the way.
Oh heck yeah. Yeah, I know. I was just getting my thing up. All right, let's go look for a.
ask them if they're
machine.
having to deal with residency yet.
I don't know what residency is, but Puglord, do you have to deal with whatever residency is? That is for sure. You know?
Damn, Puglord
Nope.
is winning.
W.
Women,
How the fuck
no.
do I do this?
Why? Women, no. Why? Leak.
They're on the way. They're like, you just hit your knee. Oh, I
Ugh.
want to go on the ride. I want to go.
It
going
doesn't
high?
actually work. It doesn't
Aw.
work.
I'm sad. That makes me sad. That makes me very sad.
I'm gonna go eat the last bit of my pizza
You're
and
a
then
goat?
some ice cream. I am the goat.
You're a goat.
Meh.
I missed my shot.
Nah.
Residency is only for pre-med. Ah, okay. First
What?
popping off then. Talking to Puglord, who's in my chat right now. They just got done with the class.
Oh.
It's time to hydrate or dihydrate.
I need the sprinkle factor.
Also,
That'll be-
not warm and gross by now. Sid.
Is that a dead body?
Yes! It is. Probably.
Whose dead body is that?
I don't know.
It's
Sure the hell
fine.
ain't mine.
Oh wow, just step all over that person.
I stepped all over that
Literally.
dude.
Stop
I'm
stepping on people.
scared. What do I do?
I don't even know.
Oh, I almost
I don't
just
even
followed the killer.
survive. Yeah, you just try to survive.
That's the plane.
I'm scared. I'm scared right now. Should I drink my drink right now?
Yes.
I don't know. Do what you want. I just stunned the killer.
Also,
I'm scared.
Sid, how is your milk not warm and gross by now?
Cause I drank it all.
Uh,
I need health. That's what I need. I'm on 10 HP right now. Oh hey, I found you. Sid, turn
Hi.
around.
I saw
Hi.
you. I'm scared. I'm so
Hi.
scared right now.
You're fine. You just gotta survive for another minute and 50 seconds.
It's like 2 minutes.
Yeah, let's just go over here and hide.
I'm hiding in this corner right here. I
Then-
hear them.
silly friend, what are you-
My shot backfired. Oh my god. My shot backfired.
Aw,
Sid, run. Sid, live.
Sid's gonna be
Sid.
paralyzed.
Sid's dead, right?
No.
Sid's about to. Sid's running for their life. Sid's dead.
They're just playing with Sid at this point.
Wow. Sid, it's okay. You're okay. Fine.
Is it possible for the players to win outside of just
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. You just gotta get like a bad killer.
the shit? Wow, that's 200.
I'm bad at this game. I suck at this game.
You don't have to be good. I mean, you don't have to play if you don't.
don't.
You don't have to. You don't have to play if you don't want to.
I suck
Okay.
at this game.
They're all dancing. They're all vibing.
This game. It's it doesn't suck, but I suck at the game.
It's okay. It's okay. You'll get better the more you play. It's okay.
I'm
Sid-
scared. I'm scared.
No, Sid goes on Grow Garden just to steal all of Matato's crops.
Dude, that is a lot of money you're paying just to. It's not even
Just
worth
what?
it. Not even worth
Steal-
it, mate.
Just to steal all 400 of your carrot seeds?
It's not even 400. I'm dead. They went after me first. Why was I going after? Why were they going after me first? The hell did I do? Oh, well,
'Cause
now
you-
they're after Sid.
Because you wouldn't talk to them, obviously.
That is not
Or
the
they
reason,
could be
and you know
stream
it.
sniping.
I doubt it. I don't know who this person is. Yep, Sid's dead.
Sid.
Why is
Sid,
Sid's
you're-
dead body like that?
Sid,
Aw.
you're already sick. You're gonna make your throat so much worse by screaming.
I have
Literally.
the Littlewood concert tomorrow.
Yeah, aren't you wanting to scream at the the World concert and not sound like a
Actually,
dying
you're not really supposed to
bug?
heckle or. Oh my god, died.
Yeah, so do it to me, you'll die too. It's so funny.
You'll die too.
It's so funny. What? Sid, that's not fair. Sid doesn't get to die.
I can backshot my friends all I want.
What?
Why is that person just staring at us?
Huh? Oh,
Wait.
I don't know.
Sid, no. Mateo's
How
my
come I
poop.
died? How did I die? How did I die? Oh, there you go, there you go.
I think Sid was just doing it at a weird angle.
We're just backshotting my dead body.
I'm just gonna go till I die.
Justice for Rockboy Wig. Justice
What?
for the weave. Nah, y'all ain't
Just-
getting no
Shaw.
justice.
Tagale! Adino!
Y'all ain't getting no justice no more.
Oh my god, this is so stupid. Oh! I got kicked.
Oh, for what?
Yeah.
I guess you're giving
For
me backshots too much?
I guess. I'm coming back. Oh my god. I guess you can only do it a certain amount of times. That's so
Y'all
funny though.
Y'all ain't getting this either. You know that?
Mm-hmm.
And getting
I don't know what
what?
you're talking about, but sure.
There we go.
I think I'm losing my mind.
You're losing
I've been
your
streaming for-
mind. I'm losing my hair.
Yeah. Oh
I'm
my
out,
god,
you
you're losing
too.
your
I lost my
They
entire
already lost
wig.
their weave. It's receding by like 5 highways.
There goes Sid. Why did your leg die like that? You look so sassy.
They caught
Sid,
the
you're gonna
game
get
the last second.
Sid's gonna get kicked from the game. At this rate. That's not fair. How come Sid's not- What? Rigged. Rigged. That's bullshit.
Again, Sid's probably
The
just
wig
doing
is
it at a weird
flying,
angle.
Yeah. Where
That's
are
so
your
rigged.
clothes at?
Where are
What?
your clothes?
Oh wait, I got get off the stage.
Okay, gang. I'm dipping. You two take care.
Sure.
Have fun with your streams.
Okay.
Okay, bye, mate. I'm gonna end it soon, though.
Damn.
What?
Come on. Bye, wig.
Bye, wig. Bye, wig.
Oh, I got kicked.
Oh, there goes Sid.
Is that really?
Yeah, it's so funny. I love it. I knew they added it in because everyone like used to do it. So no one does it now, which makes sense. So
Wig
funny.
gone. Sid wig gone.
We've snatched.
At the same time. We've
Let's go.
snatched.
We've got snatched, yo.
Hmm.
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 You know what sucks? They keep adding me, like, they keep putting me close to the killer, so no wonder why the killer goes after me first, right? They're not just targeting
I've seen
me?
some people play this game. I don't know if it's actually on Roblox or not.
Oh, what game?
This one?
Sid, that does not help me.
Grace?
I never heard of it.
I've seen it. I'm scared.
Is it a horror game?
I don't know. Ow!
Then
Ow!
why say you've seen it?
Flashing lights, loud sounds, not easy. Oh, fuck.
So probably a horror game, yes.
Can I go? Can I go yet? Almost 4 hours. I know. It's only 3 hours
crazy.
and 38 minutes, though. Oh, I have to click I understand.
Wild. Oh, noob died. Crazy that we've been streaming for almost that long, right?
Right?
Actually.
Done.
How am I
Solo
supposed to?
run?
Oh. Solo run.
Solo run. Next time I will force you to go spy on babies and skibbity roleplay with me. What the fuck?
What? What does that
I don't
even
even
mean?
know.
I'm busy doing a generator.
I'm waiting on this game to
What?
load. Ow!
What?
I mean, it did say that it had. Oh, there's a crouch. What is this thing? Do I put it here? Oh, I do. What do I do? Do I click this? Oh. Jump.
Bro's jumping?
Oh, I can jump on the walls.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. F. What the hell?
What?
I don't even know what I'm trying to do. Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay. Oh. Oh my god, I have a chair! I'm gonna take this chair with me. It's gonna be my friend forever
Oh, I
and
missed.
ever. Oh, I should probably be using my flashlight.
Probably.
Oh, it looks like doors.
Really?
Yeah. But like, with the... I don't know what you call it. Give me the fucking thing. Oh. Oh. Oh my gosh, I can kick
What?
things.
Oh, nice. Trying to find a generator.
Why is that one on fire?
What?
Mm,
What are you talking about? Nothing's on fire. Well, I guess a lot of things are on fire, but...
oh, what do I do? What is this pink squiggly thingy?
How am I supposed to know?
I don't fucking know. I died.
You died?
What is it you want if not happiness? Feel torture there, feel embrace here. It went too fast. Okay, this game's a little hard.
Yeah, sounds it.
It's just a little hard. It seems like it's more
Just
like
just a wee bit.
I don't know. I don't know. Confess your sins?
Oh my god, can I stop getting bad luck? This is why I gamble, but still. Like, this is why I
do they
gamble.
have that on? Oh my gosh, that's terrifying.
Oh shoot, mine didn't hit.
Cook burgers. Burger. We're gonna cook burgers. Guys, we're gonna cook burgers.
Bro's cooking
We're
burgers?
gonna cook burgers.
Oh, hell yeah.
Cook burgers. Grabbing ingredients is much easier in first person. Okay.
Sweet.
Edit character. Oh, hell yeah. Is there any that aren't human? Oh, damn it. I can't make myself purple. Is there a bald one? Hold up, I need to turn off.
Is there a bald one? Is there a bald one?
Bald? Where's bald? None.
You
Hell
are bald.
yeah.
You are bald.
Ah yes, cooking simulator where you can order 999 lettuce. There we go.
Roll it down.
Play. What the hell? Why are there rats everywhere? Here we go. I got some
Rats.
steak, some floor steak.
You like that floor steak?
Yeah. I'll put that straight on the plate. And I'm gonna grab this plate and then I'm gonna hand it to a customer.
Okay.
Do I just put that there? No.
I am currently. Oh, someone died
Here's
near
a
us.
burger.
Right.
How do you like that burger? That's my best burger. It's a. You call it a burger? Well, fuck you too. Let's go to the supermarket. Who are you? Can I mug you? Oh my god, I can grab you. I can mug you for
Oh
your
my
cash.
God.
I'm gonna put you in a trash can or something. Let's go.
Good, that's rude.
Oh, I can. So,
Yeah,
I dropped her into the water.
that's rude. Come on, Sid. Be nice.
She's just going on her way. Can I go on the roof? Oh my gosh, I can. What's on the roof? There's air conditioning. The roof is boring.
Yeah, the roof is boring.
Yeah,
Great.
the roof is boring.
You.
What's in here?
Okay.
Strange potion? I can't shoplift? Damn it.
No. Why is bro trying to shoplift?
Cause
Oh my god.
I'm just freaky like that. Can I take the fish? No, I can't.
Shit. I had helpless. Fuck.
Let's get some lettuce.
Okay, well, gives me time to fucking look through
Whoa.
the searchable skins, I guess.
Plate.
Dapper,
I need to do that.
Kid, Cultist, Skull Kid,
I'm
Hospital.
gonna put you. Where's the bun? Is there anything in here? Can I put the lettuce in the fryer? Oh,
How much for
hell
Mafia?
yeah.
Why is
Can I put
Mafioso
myself in the fryer?
2000?
Fried lettuce.
Wild,
Clean the
whimsical.
kitchen? No, hell no.
I can be a whimsical cool kid. I can be a whimsical little brat. Eh.
The microwave. Cheese? What?
Cheese? Cheese?
Oh
Cheese
my
beagle?
God,
Like
why are there
cheese
so many
beagle?
buns?
Bun. Bun.
Okay, I'm gonna
bun,
take
bun.
this.
Oh, I
I'm
think
gonna
I know what
take-
you're playing.
This. I'm gonna open you.
Yeah?
I'm gonna put you in here with you.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
do that. I'm gonna steal the microwave. Wait, can I unplug it?
I
Please?
think.
Let me have the microwave, please.
No.
Fine. Hot surface, okay. I'm gonna stand right on it, and I'm gonna watch at you. I'm gonna watch you, Error Sans.
Harrison, what?
This is a perfectly cooked bun.
What is happening?
Steak.
Medium guy. Oh, hello.
I'm gonna make some
How are you?
ketchup.
I'd expect to see medium guy in my
Get some ketchup. Get ketchuped.
ketchup.
Oh, wait, cute.
Ketchup. I'm gonna go gambling.
It's
I'm gonna go
just
on
gonna be ketchup.
Jet.
Don't fall into the
Which,
garbage bin. You can't tell me what to do.
Do it, do it, do it. Did you fall into the garbage?
I fell into the garbage. Hell yeah.
Nice.
And we're gonna make some mustard. Apply.
Wait, what? What emotes are there? I can't purchase. Cool.
Take some mustard on your
Wave,
plate.
hot dog, distraction
Just
dance,
gonna
and
throw you there.
dead chicken
gonna-
dance.
Just throw you straight into the fryer. And then we're gonna wait until you're good. We're gonna wait until you're good.
Huh. Nice.
We're gonna wait
Wasn't
until
expecting
you're
that.
good.
You're oh.
Fuck you, you're
You
getting
cook it.
slightly fried fries. And then
Dang.
we're gonna grab the... Oh wait, we need cheese and lettuce.
Cheese and lettuce.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this cheese that was on the floor.
Ew,
I'm gonna fry
Sid.
it.
Not floor cheese. No,
I'm
not
frying the floor cheese.
not the floor cheese. Sid.
I'm frying the floor cheese. Don't worry, it's gonna kill all the bacteria.
I don't think that's how that works, man. At the end of the day, it was still on the
Wait until this
floor.
is perfectly cooked. Perfectly cooked floor cheese. Hell yeah. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna grab the lettuce, and then I'm gonna also put it in the fryer. What if I fry the burger with
That's
the plate?
wild. That's wild.
Is my floor cheese perfectly cooked yet? Perfectly fried.
No.
Oh, hell yeah. My cheese is fried.
I don't care about your floor cheese.
She's back.
Welcome back.
Hey,
I'm
what's
frying
up?
cheese, and I'm frying lettuce.
You're
Sorry, I
you're
just wanted to
frying-
eat something and I didn't want y'all hearing me eat.
My
It's
food!
4. I don't want to know what happened to your food, mate.
Huh?
It got put in the
It's good-
trash.
Oh no, not
Where's
mafioso.
the rat? Can I wait? Can I?
I
grab
paid
a
off
rat?
my
I
debt.
thought you didn't have a roommate.
I'm gonna
Why
deep
would
fry a rat.
what?
Rat. Metamorphosis,
It's
yeah.
slightly
the
fried.
game. I said I
Oh,
thought you
yeah.
said you threw your food in the trash. I was like, why?
They
'Cause
threw
it's-
my food in the trash.
I know. I thought you meant in real life. I was so confused for a second. I was like, what?
That'd be wild. That'd be kind of genuine.
Oh, you don't wanna? Come on. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Why are
Y'all
you
better
putting
keep
everything
the
else?
damn bad guy away from me. Sheesh. I'm trying to do a machine on my console.
Are you
Leave
perfectly
me alone.
fried? Oh, that's
No.
a person. That's a person.
Bro's trying to fry a person.
Chill, I'm helping. It was dressed as a rat. I'm feeding this rat to... Who should I feed it to? Who should I feed it to? You. You're not gonna get a burger. You're gonna get a rat. How do you like that?
Can I get a rat? Stop trying to feed people
Stop,
rats.
Run away. Stop.
Sid, what the fuck, man?
It's my perfectly cooked, perfectly fried. Oh, wait,
I
have to
paid my debt.
plate. You're going in there. You're going back in there. I need.
I paid my debt. Ow! Ow! I'm vibing to this music.
Oh, I too fried him. Oopsies. Get onto the plate. No. Get onto the plate.
Ah! I paid my debt, but I didn't
you
pay my
still
debt.
running
Where did I
around?
get speed
You're fried.
from? You're fried.
You're fried.
Stop
Get onto the
frying
plate.
people.
Get onto the plate. Get onto the plate.
Stop trying to fry people.
Onto the fucking plate.
I don't know what Sid is playing, but it's funny as hell.
Please, I just want to feed the rat to people.
Why are you feeding people rats?
Well, this is how
This
we
is
start
old place.
the black.
I'm gonna freeze you, bro.
Sid, this is how we start the Black Plague.
Literally, Bruce trying to rats to. Whilst I'm here fighting for my life, I died, but I was vibing them regardless. Can I spectate the killer?
I put bro in the
Hey
fridge.
Mateo, guess what? I don't know
What?
where I'm going in Silk Song. I'm kind of going in circles now.
Wild.
I put him in the freezer. Are you able to get on the plate now? No, damn it! Get the fuck over here.
I'm watching this person play as
You know what?
Mafia,
I'm
so
grilling you.
wild.
No. Slightly cooked, too fried. The rat is part of the prophecy. Yeah, we gotta have the perfectly cooked. Wait, we gotta have the Why is there a fire?
I don't know.
What prophecy?
Well, oh, my rat's on fire.
Your rat?
My rat's on fire. Coal.
What?
My rat is coal.
Why?
Yum.
Gross.
My rat! Oh, I died. I cooked my rat. What are you doing? What are you looking at?
Why is that guy playing AFK? There's an AFK button for a reason.
Rat.
No, pop off.
My rat.
Sid, no
my
one,
rat's
Sid, no one
dead.
wants your rat. No one wants your rat.
I want Sid's rat.
My rat's dead.
I'm not going over to whatever game Sid is playing to get a rat, but I want the rat.
Rat.
My manager killed me.
What?
My manager
How dare
killed
he?
me.
Genuinely, where the hell am I supposed
Fryer,
to be going?
The waffle metamorphosizes prophecy.
Who
Metamorphosis.
knows, mate?
The rat's part of the prophecy.
The
Oh
rest
my
part of the
gosh.
prophecy.
Can I cook this shit?
No, maybe.
Wait, I know what we need to do. It's
What?
a fire. We need to grab a fire extinguisher.
Oh my god, that's such a smart idea, Sid. I'm so glad you thought of that.
You stupid bug.
Let's
We're all
put it in
playing
the
3
deep
different
fryer.
games.
Wait, we're all playing different games?
We are.
Yeah, on Roblox. Yeah.
Mateo, what are you playing?
Forsaken.
What is Sid playing?
I don't know.
I'm making burgers.
They don't count. What's the title?
Make burgers.
Is the title really just Make
I think
Burgers?
so. Just join me. You'll see.
I'm on Silk Song.
Yeah, we're all doing something.
Now over to Jackie Chan for the weather report. What's the report? It's raining balls!
It's raining sideways.
Gonna. Oh, that's how you use it. My fucking rat's gone. I'm deep
Pro's
frying
missing
this
his
shit.
rat.
Take that, game, you can't kill me. I'm too good.
I'm gonna fry this burger.
Oh my god.
Why are you frying burgers?
Hell yeah.
I don't know.
I'm not
Don't
even
trust
gonna
Sid
worry
with the
about
cooking.
all the
Just learn that
you
you,
turn away
that
for
you
5
shouldn't
seconds and
trust.
everything is on fire. Yeah, we kind of
Sounds
had a little
about right.
fire going on. Your coal. What if we slightly fry the coal? You know what? You're gonna be fried too.
Sid's
Can we
scaring
fry
me,
me?
gang.
Wait, Sid, can I be fried?
Oh hell
my
yeah,
God.
sure.
We're just trying to fry
Yeah.
people. It's crazy. Am I the
I'm gonna
only
put my-
sane one in this goddamn place?
My burger.
Find a rat and name it after me.
God. This is crazy.
Where are your
Really?
body? You're on VR. Oh my gosh.
What?
Give me that plate. I'm gonna give it to this person. Give me that plate. I'm gonna give it to this person.
Wait, is that another mask? Yo, I just need
Shit, I
one more
missed.
mask shard and I get
Wait, the
6.
amount of destruction I can cause with this plate. Wait, I need to get the cheese, and then I need to get the lettuce. I need to fry it as well.
How did I take damage? That's the question. Is it because I missed my shot? No, that can't be
Slightly
right.
fried.
I don't know.
Gonna put you on here, and then I'm gonna grab some cheese. I'm gonna fry it.
God, I hate these
I
puzzles.
want to make my
God,
super
jeez.
cool, awesome burger again.
The amazing
Okay.
burger.
Fried. Yeah, this is amazing burger.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. How may I take your order?
Let's grab the fried mustard.
You know what I want?
Fried
I want a
mustard?
The
stupid
fried
burger.
mustard and throw it at my. I threw it in the trash. No. Oh, let's grab the fried ketchup. I was gonna throw it at my coworker. Gonna throw it
That's
at my.
horrible.
Why did you put me in the trash?
Aw, I died.
My manager put me in the trash. It was trash.
How dare you? I'll go
And
kick his ass.
there is my perfect. No.
I immediately regained my weakness. Great.
Burger.
What happened to your burger?
My manager threw it away.
Why is your manager throwing your burger away?
I don't fucking know. He threw my burger away. I'm pissed off now. I'm gonna get in this trash can because this trash can's obviously superior.
Sid, buddy.
My fucking burger.
Bro just
Sid, I
really liked
don't-
his burger.
I don't think going in a
I
trash
put
can is
my
gonna
manager in the trash.
good. That's the correct response.
Don't you dare.
Oh, I missed. Shit.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. How did you hit me through the platform? How did you hit me through the
No,
platform?
don't. You put me in the trash again.
Okay, Team Cherry is still gonna patch this first version with how many bullshit timings there are.
Yeah, that makes sense. I had a weakness of like 8. Ugh, such a shame. I did a few machines. Oh wait, I have the where is it? Where is it?
Where's my plate?
Survivors, Chance, Skin.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
Steel
gonna grab
Trick.
the
Yeah. Oh
plate.
wait, Milestone.
I'm gonna cook the plate.
They said if they, as your manager, give you a break yet? If not,
No,
do them.
he keeps putting me in the fire.
He keeps putting you in the fire. Is it because you're a horrible?
I'm not horrible.
Nah.
Wow, mate.
Bro
You
cooked
can't
a
say
rat.
that.
Bro cooked a rat. I don't.
And it was probably the best rat
I
that
got my
that kitchen
slightly
will ever
cooked
have.
plate.
A slightly cooked plate. Aaron, are you hearing this?
Yeah,
A
sounds
slightly
delicious.
cooked plate. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
You just don't get the vision.
I guess I don't, because I'm so confused.
I'm gonna slightly cook my plate again. Wait, I'm gonna cook my plate
Uh-huh.
perfectly.
Why
Plate
is Bro cooking
cooked
the plate?
perfectly.
Why is Bro cooking the plate?
Why not? Why aren't you cooking
I'm
the
gonna grab
plate?
this perfectly
I'm on
cooked.
a different
thing.
game.
I'm gonna grab a mustard. No, give me the mustard. I'm gonna grab this.
Oh. This is new.
Slightly fried fries. You're gonna go into the burger. Floor patty.
Pizza.
It looks like chicken. My fucking.
Did he get rid of your thing again?
Give me my
Sid?
fucking plate. I'm not gonna let you do that. Me and my plate are going out on a date because my
What?
plate,
Sid?
my plate is mine.
Sid, no. This is going far, buddy.
What's in this place? Place item. Here's
Oh,
an
what?
item.
Oh my
I'm
god.
gonna use this baguette, and I'm gonna put it on the plate too. And then I'm gonna walk away. Oh wait, I can't walk away. Damn it.
Oh no, it's a boss fight. Oh
This looks like a boss
no.
fight too. Oh, there's the top bun. I'm gonna fry this. You get cooked. slightly fried. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. Hey, no! Is my bun still alive? My bun's not alive. My bun's alive! I'm gonna go serve this to a customer as fast as I can so that we don't get... Take this. It is on a plate. Fuck you, it's on a plate. What do you say about it?
Hey!
That was really
That was
bad, not
bullshit. I was
gonna
in the middle
lie.
of healing.
Shut the fuck up. You can go die.
I'm telling Dad. Oh, that's funny.
Not if I tell Dad first.
Now, can I cook a plate and then put another plate on it? I'm gonna let you have your plate, but I'm gonna take another plate. Can I make a plate burger?
Why would you want to make a plate burger? Sid.
It's a plate burger. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Stop
I had
putting
no
me in
idea.
the fucking trash can!
That's crazy. Why?
You motherfucker. I need to get my cooked plate. I have my plate that's cooked. Oh my god. Why are you putting me in the deep fryer, bro?
He thinks he's Jax from the Amazing Digital Circus.
I am not regular.
That's crazy. Hello?
No! No!
What is happening?
I don't want to go in the deep fryer. Do you want me to grab this thing that's underneath?
That's crazy. Someone just got tagged. Tagged in chat. Crazy.
No, not again, no! What is this? Is this money? Ah!
Bro wants money. Dude, you gotta earn it.
How are they supposed to earn it when their boss keeps throwing away their food?
I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm gonna serve the bell.
Ow, what the fuck?
Wait, I can cook it. I gotta fry the bell, guys. I gotta fry the bell. I'm frying the bell.
Oh my god, why was my shift lock not on? I'm losing my crap over shift lock not even being on.
Bro, what are you doing? No! No! Take
Why was my shift lock off?
it. You gotta
I'm
cook
gonna
it.
lose
You gotta
my
cook the bell.
shit.
You gotta have a perfectly cooked bell. It's what you gotta do.
Do what you gotta do. Something, know what's
I'm gonna put
best
ketchup
for
on it.
you. Shaw. Ladino.
Aaron, what are you talking about right now?
Hagale.
I can't
Anyone
cook
know
the
what he's
fucking
talking about?
bell.
Shaw.
Ooh, fire.
Oh,
I'm
he's
gonna put it in
saying
the
his characters
deep fryer.
things. Okay.
I started another fire. Is that how you do things?
Oh my god. Good.
Sid.
I don't think that's how you do it.
No.
Oh, for fuck's sake. That sounds like the killer's next to me or something.
I'm gonna grab the bun,
Jesus Christ.
and then I'm gonna take it here. This is
I didn't
how
even get
you
to
cook
shoot.
things, like,
I lost
super
my head,
fast,
though.
guys. You just gotta,
Why
you just
does
gotta keep your
everything
hold on it.
do double damage?
Alright, well, I'm gonna go right back. I was gonna say entertain my chat. You can't.
What chat?
So. Ha ha ha. Funny, I don't care. Shush. I'll be right back. I need the bathroom.
Okay.
Quickly, all viewers of Sid, go over to Mateo, start making a noise in the
No.
mess. And then come back as soon as they come back.
I'm cooking this burger bun. It's slightly
You-
cooked. And
you are a
slightly
burger
fried.
bun.
What if I try frying it again? Oh, I fucking died because I stepped inside of the fire. Is my bun okay? It's okay. It's perfectly fried. I'm gonna put it on the hot surface until it's perfectly cooked. You just gotta trust the process, guys. You just gotta... Okay? Okay?
Dude,
then-
apparently there's gonna be a Steel Soul mode for this game. With everything doing double damage, I don't think I'm gonna be able to Steel Soul this game.
You just gotta do that. And then you gotta put this like here. And you gotta have fries with a burger, of course. Don't fucking put my...
You might just need to
Fucking
tell them to
burger.
stop.
No, I'm putting the lettuce box inside of the fucking fryer because you keep on trying. You fuckers keep on trying to put it in the fucking burger. You know what? We need lettuce. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do.
This guy right here with the white shirt. Freaking stop, Bernie.
They're crashing out because of me. No, not me. No. Actually, it's very funny. I gotta put it in the deep fryer. I gotta take this. I gotta put it like this. I gotta put it on the stove. Until it's cooked. You know, and then I gotta keep it there
Okay,
like
I'm back.
that. And then I gotta take
Welcome back.
I gotta take this
Thank
and then I
you.
gotta put it in here. That's how you cook food.
That's
Where's-
crazy.
It is. It's how you cook food. It's how
Yeah.
you cook food. You gotta put it in
I
the
don't-
fire. You gotta make a sacrifice, dude. You gotta make a sacrifice.
I don't think that's how that works, mate.
You gotta put it in the fire.
I don't think that's how that works.
You gotta put it in the fire. You gotta put the ketchup in the fire. You gotta put the buns in the fire. You gotta put the mustard in the fire.
I think Sid doesn't know how to cook.
If Sid knew how to cook, water wouldn't make fun of them.
Okay, I'll
For
put the
sure.
cat in there.
Huh?
What? Don't put Mateo in there.
Yeah.
You put me in there.
Yeah, put Aaron in there.
Gimme,
Leave me
gimme,
out of
gimme,
it.
gimme. I'm an expert cat catcher.
Get it, girl. Shake it to the floor.
To the
Show
floor,
us
show
how
us,
to
show us.
roll.
Bro,
Drop it, drop it, drop it,
drop
drop
it,
it, drop it, drop it.
drop it.
Oh yeah, Mateo, you can get the shiny snow leopard Pokemon in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet right now.
I am. Put it in. You gotta put it in. Let's go.
Tegale.
Let's go. Put it in. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. It's slightly fried. We gotta have it. We gotta have it cold. We gotta have it cold.
No, we have to have it. No, we have to have
We have to catch it. We have to catch it on fire.
What's happening?
It's
Is bro using
fine.
voice chat?
Yes.
No. Oh, you
No.
are?
No, it escaped.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
She threw it away.
Why did you throw it away?
And why did you throw my food away?
Pro's raging at
I
people.
wasn't throwing it away. I wasn't throwing your food away. You were throwing my food away.
Why would you put it in the fire?
Both of y'all add me real quick.
Your food's fine.
Come on, and then I'm gonna
Come on, let's see what a customer says about your food.
put you
Your
in the
food is
fire.
perfectly cooked. It's okay. This dude wants your food.
I was frying the cat.
This dude wants your food. Come here. See? He likes it. You cooked it really good. See?
Stop lying to them.
He
Oh, I
liked
shot the wrong
it.
person.
He really liked it.
My bad.
Here, if he doesn't like it, come on. Let's just take him over here to the lake. He can go for a swim, you know? You just gotta
Permanently.
take him
Lost
over
generator?
here to the lake. That's
And
what
he can
you
swim
do.
permanently. Daughter of distant lands, we who
You
remember.
just gotta go.
Bro, where's the last where's the
Don't
last
you-
machine?
He's gotta. No.
I'm so
You
confused.
can't
Where's
let him
this
go
last
back.
machine?
You can't let him go back. Throw him
Last
overboard.
machine. Oh
Hey.
shoot.
I got wall jump. I'm goaded.
He didn't like your food.
Oh,
Then you gotta throw him overboard.
Oh no, that's crazy. Bro, why are y'all so crazy?
Where'd he go? Where is he? Where is he?
Thank you
Yeah,
for
you just gotta-
speeding me up, loser.
You just got a cinder
You
block
let
the
him
guy.
go? Why are we back at the... What?
Martha, I'm finally home. Why am I back in the fucking building?
Oh, so close. So close to living.
Wee.
So close, yet so far.
Do y'all have any more lettuce?
What is up with you and lettuce, mate?
Oh, there's some floor lettuce. We gotta have this. We gotta put this in the plate.
Bro wants floor lettuce, gang.
Burger King foot lettuce.
That's
We
disgusting.
gotta have Burger King foot lettuce, guys.
Burger King
No.
foot lettuce.
Bad
No.
Sid.
Sid, no.
Sid, yes. There's a
No.
golden
Sid,
rat.
no.
No.
I'm gonna put it on the plate. Plate it. Pikachu, get on the plate. Thank you.
Mm-mm.
I put Pikachu on a plate
Why?
Why?
because it's funny. Oh, Pikachu does not want to be on the plate.
Well, then don't put Pikachu on the plate.
I'm just gonna give him to. I'm gonna put him in the deep fryer. I'm deep frying Pikachu. Pikachu in the deep
Nah.
fryer. Oh,
Why'd you do?
he was electric.
Of course he was
Wait.
electric. Sid.
Slay. I'm
That's
gonna give a
crazy.
customer a plate full of lettuce.
Sid,
Oh my
you're
God.
being a
That's a
criminal.
salad.
A lot of
Sid,
it
that's
was
just-
a lot of it was floor lettuce. Yeah, you liked it.
That's
You liked
horrible.
it. You liked it a lot.
That's horrible, Sid.
Burger King foot lettuce. Nothing's worse than getting some Burger King foot lettuce.
That's horrible.
What if we put her in the deep fryer?
What is up with you and putting people in the
Put
deep fryer?
Customer in the deep fryer.
Sid got put in the
Put
deep fryer one too
customer
many
in the deep
times.
fryer. Fry the customer. Cook the
Let's
customer.
not. Let's not,
Cook
Sid.
the
There we did.
customer.
No,
Cook
let's not,
the
Sid.
customer. Cook
That's
the
it.
customer. No, my customer! You're trashing the customer?
No, Pikachu.
Yeah. The customer is crazy now.
I didn't realize we thought that way about customers. Jeez.
No, I killed customers. Then
I think people like their fries like this.
Like what? Black? I don't know.
You like your fries like that, don't you? Don't you?
Who?
Don't
Huh?
you, Bobby? Shut. I can't say that. I can't say that on the Roblox voice chat. You're going into the deep fryer, you go.
Into the deep
Just like
fryer
that.
you go.
Oh my gosh, there's so many burnt fries in here.
I died.
Alright,
God damn it, I'm back here.
if anybody else but me and Obsidian picks you up, I'll electrocute them.
Oh, I just killed my own father. Crazy.
Stay in that corner.
What?
You're perfectly safe right there.
Huh?
Don't
Nothing?
come here or go into the fire.
Mateo.
You can't deep
Oh
fry
wait,
him, by
that was
the
a
way.
that was a clone.
I'm
Wait.
cooking though. I don't think cooking him was a good idea. He's running!
No, Pikachu, I told you to stay out there. Nope. I'm not getting it.
Okay, okay.
No, Pikachu!
Did I kill that guy? I
Oh my
don't
gosh,
know.
we're not. He's fine. He's running away.
I don't-
He's slightly cooked and he's slightly.
How do I kill? I'm confused.
He went into the water. He went into the water.
Why are you
bro.
trying to kill people?
Cause that's what I'm supposed to do.
I'm gonna put the ketchup in the water. I'm gonna make ketchup water.
Ew. Sid.
Oh yeah, ketchup water. Wait, let's put everything in the
No.
water. Let's put the microwave in the water.
Microwave in the
No.
water.
Oh, I
Microwave
can't
in the
even
water.
drag the microwave that far. What if we put Pikachu in the microwave?
Stop trying to put
Put
Pikachu
him
in the microwave.
Put him in the microwave.
No. Jesus. Let's see. What else can? I guess I'll do one round of pizza game and then I'm gonna
He's
end my
fine.
stream.
He's stuck in there. He can't move.
Crazy. Is Sid still streaming? By the way,
Yes,
Yes.
I am.
that's crazy. Me too.
We're putting Pikachu and we're putting mustard on Pikachu. Pikachu, where are
Yeah?
you going? Get back over here. Get back over here. Where are you trying to go? Get over here.
Crazy.
Crazy. I was crazy once.
They
They
locked
locked
me
me
in
in
a
a
room.
room.
A rubber room.
Shut up.
A
A rubber room
room.
with
A
rats.
rubber room with rats.
And
And the
rats
rats
made
were
me
crazy.
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 I was crazy.
I was
once.
crazy
They locked
once.
me in a room. A
No.
rubber room.
A rubber room.
Oh yeah, yeah.
A rubber room with
And rats
rats.
made me
And the rats
crazy.
were crazy.
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 I was crazy.
I was
once.
crazy once.
They locked me in a room.
Rats in the room. A rubber
Y'all
room.
driving me
Rats.
A
nuts.
rubber room
And
with
rats made
rats.
me
And the rats
crazy.
made me crazy.
Get her
Crazy.
bodies back. Oh my gosh.
Crazy.
Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room.
Shut
Rats in
up!
the room.
It's not
A
even.
rubber
You
room.
didn't. No one's
A rubber room
redeemed
with
it.
rats. And the rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy
I was crazy
once.
once. They locked me in a room.
They locked me in a room.
Y'all are giving me a
We're
headache.
Taking a bath
A rubber
together.
room with
There we
rats.
go.
Huh?
You're taking a what?
What? Bro's taking a bath. Apparently
Pikachu,
with
no!
someone.
No! 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 Oh my gosh, thank you, Pikachu. You saved yourself.
Where should I go from here?
That's
Pikachu's mad at you, by the way. Stop trying to throw Pikachu away.
I want to look at the big map. There we go.
this is crazy. This is wild.
Should I?
Ah,
I should probably go back
Where'd
down
he
to Hunter's Mark.
how am I supposed to know? Ow.
Where did Pikachu go? Pikachu?
Pikachu!
Ratatouille! He just went right into the deep fryer. Oh. He just went right into the deep fryer, bro.
No, that just increases my. I don't know what that
Please
does actually, but I'm gonna grab.
I got $0.
Mateo, what are you playing?
Can y'all give me
Pizza
money?
game.
Pizza game?
What is
Pizza
pizza
game.
game?
Pizza game?
It's what you're looking at if you're on my stream. It's a game.
Pizza.
I'm on neither of y'all's stream. I'm on Silk Song.
Well, then I guess you don't get to know what the game is. Oh, dude.
Just
Can I make
explain
pizza
it.
with you?
It's not. I'm not making a pizza, Sid. I'm killing people.
Ooh.
I'm killing people. Ooh. It's a one-player game kind of thing, Sid.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
You should be. How dare you make Sid sad?
My position in line.
Crazy.
one.
Double shot? Oh, hell yeah.
I'm just
What does that do?
waiting.
Shots will now have a small firing an additional 5% chance. Awesome. Please don't give me any divine. I don't like divine. Divine me. Oh my god! Now, why is now the best time to do that, apparently?
The presentation experience? This looks like a Dandy's World. This looks like Dandy's World.
What looks like Dandy's World? Sid? Tell me.
This
Tell
game-
Elmo! Oh yeah, oh shoot.
Oh.
Ow. At least they only got one shot in. Still though. That hurted!
I'm
Dildo?
not gonna read all that.
I said still though. Aaron, you don't know how to fucking...
I don't want to hear that from you when I can
I'm gonna
say
be
something and
Ringo. I
it
don't even know
just
what
goes
they look like.
right over your head.
Oh shoot.
I wanna be the 10. Oh. I wanna be the bell. I'm a bell, guys.
Rosabelle?
I'm a
Crazy.
bell.
I'm
Rosa Belmont?
What
Wild.
is this dude? Astro Lucana?
What game are you
Wild.
playing right now?
Twilight Zone.
Huh?
Twilight.
I'm the
What?
Hotel Bellman. Oh my gosh.
I don't know, I'm just as confused
I'm
as you
going
are.
in here with y'all. I don't fucking know. Come on. Pearl, I think that's what your name is.
Huh?
I don't know.
I'm so confused right now, Aaron.
Oh my gosh, we're going down. It's
We're going down, down, and we're
I'm
going
a
around.
tender, you better
Baby,
move.
we're going
You
down,
better
swinging.
dance. With me
That,
tonight.
what?
What?
We were not singing the same
No,
song.
we were not. I was singing Timber.
I
was
don't even know
not.
what.
I
I
have
don't
3
even know.
stars. in
Aaron was trying to
everything.
sing!
We're going down, down, and we're down and around. Baby,
Oh my
we're
Oh.
gosh, it's literally
Going down
Dandy's World.
swinging. Dun, 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 dun.
Come on, round. Begin faster. Please, I want to see what these
No!
twisteds
No!
are like.
No! 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 No!
No?
Oh my god. Not like this. Not with divines. Are you kidding me right
How
now?
are you in the floor? Why is this elevator breaking? Bro, what's going on? Elevator's going up. Can I distract?
Shit, I'm on my last life. Fuck.
Yeah, it does our 9 languages.
Shit.
What is this?
What does it matter?
Got a star.
Aaron, why does that matter to
What
you?
the hell are you? What the hell are y'all?
What in the
What the
What
hell?
in the heck are you talking about?
How fast are y'all?
you motherfucker?
Owie, my heart. What the hell is this? Oh no!
I got a
I'm in
katana.
corner. Y'all's. Oh, I died.
Why
I'm
does the katana have
dead.
ammo?
The end.
Why does the katana have
I'm
ammo?
dead.
Oh, for
no.
fudge's sake.
I
Give me back my regular
encountered
gun.
2 spirits and I earned 0 volts. I look over and I'm still bald.
Well, yeah. Why wouldn't you be bald? You're bald in real life.
Blocked. Banned. Banned from my
You
channel.
can't ban me.
I'm gonna ban you from the server.
Why would you do that? I'm
Nice.
done to bullshit.
Where the hell did you come from? Oh, there he goes. What did you do? Sid, what did you do? Anyways. Anyways. Tee. Tee. Anyways, I hope y'all have a nice day, a nice night. Have fun. Is he start what? Bye bye.